Welcome to week 1, theoretically, of 6 years of Mario Maker, with 5 incremented to 6, of course, because we're now past the 6th anniversary of the release of Mario Maker 1 on the 11th of September 2015. And welcome to all the people who are already here, Natcat, Meng, Luca, etc. So, this is technically still listed as week 5 of the same combination project as what was formerly known as 5YMM, so I may refer to it here or there as week 5, but in theory, it's week 1 of 6YMM, and we'll just use that interchangeably for maximal confusion. Order of events today is that we're going to play 7 out of 8 of the levels that are in the list, if we can in fact get through them all and find all the cakes, without any technical problems or spillover into a further stream. I say 7 out of 8 because the thing that we will be saving for last is my creation, which is Thwompenette the Savoy, which is listed as number 7 in this week's set. We'll be saving that one for the very end because, time permitting, I will also be accompanying that with a behind-the-scenes, backstage tour, where you can see where things are in the editor mode and how everything looks, and ask me any questions about its construction. And if you can't stay, no worries, because we will be cutting that as a separate video afterwards, as we did with 4YMM last year. With all that aside, let's get right into the levels, beginning with Mini Morphs Mega Mario vs. Ballman. To defeat Ballman, you must penetrate deep into the Ball Fortress. And as usual, all of the level codes, including mine, are over here, so if you're like Ollie, or rather Oily Olive, and you didn't realize I make levels, that's where you can go. It is a mini-barf level, and so we're going to have some music loaded in right away for Ballman stage. Oh, it's the Mega Man introductory music, where it gives you the boss that's associated with the stage, who, of course, is going to be Lemmy. Love how it looks like a pair of eyes and a frown in this room. Whoops. Too busy looking at the aesthetics here and admiring them. Let me know also if everything is working smoothly in terms of sound in the stream, because of course we do want to appreciate some of the musical work that has gone into this and other levels. So if audio is glitching out at any point, do let me know. But anyway, here we are with, once again, the Mega Man introduction, which is very deadly. And we're going to let it finish every time because I like listening to it. Yeah, the P-switches around the entrance here are interesting. I wonder if that's just decorative to make that look like an ear or something. Whoops, nearly got bumped. 2 pink coins. Obviously, I'm very curious about that top location, but if that is indeed a ceiling, well, we'll see, because right now we're going through a door. As you can see, this is not built on a half screen, and we know that because there is a scrolling segment here. We know, in fact, that because the main world has a custom scroll to it, that the custom scroll is what may be locking the vertical position of this room in place. And that's what keeps Ballman, played by Lemmy, off screen. Same idea here. This is very Mega Man-like as you go from screen to screen, of course. And yeah, Oily Olive. The original release of Mario Maker 1 was in September of 2015, but the original release of Mario Maker 2 was in the month of June in 2019, so 4YMM was kind of displaced back by 9 months, and then 5YMM was displaced a little further back behind that. So what happened was that once we passed the 6th anniversary of Mario Maker 1, 5YMM became 6YMM, and that happened this week. So that's the backstory. Also because many people complain on YouTube, and you know how influential that can be in all walks of life. Yeah, the P-blocks around the entry doors have caught my interest a little bit. I sort of wonder if they will be relevant in any way, but let's bounce. Whoops. Now, if you've played Mega Man 11, Mega Man 11 does have a stage for Bounce Man. I think it's Mega Man 11. And of course, it also has very similar bouncy interactions everywhere, so. This level so far compares very favorably. I played Mega Man 11 off stream because I didn't have a capture card at the time. It might be something we go back to eventually, because I had a lot of fun with it. As far as revivals of long-running franchises go. And Nickabooz, welcome. Who, of course, also has a contribution this week. Anyway, let's move up. And let's not get hit by spike balls. Okay, that was something I should have maybe avoided. I said something earlier about wanting to see the Mega Man introductory screen with music every single time, and now I'm just impatiently going through the door, so never mind that. You'll notice that, once again, this is another level where the secret route, seemingly, is hidden behind 2 pink coins. Possibly 1 for collection and 1 for safety. Also noticed a brick that is in the bottom left here. I think that might just be decorative, but right now I don't really know because, well, we haven't seen very much just yet, so. Whoops. And yeah, that room is totally glaring at you. In a startling display of pareidolia, where you see certain arrangements of geometries as faces, and they kind of trigger that part of your brain, part of your cognitive capacity to recognize fellow members of the same species. Okay, let's get over here. Dodge that very stylishly. Dodge that very stylishly. Okay, and up we go. And yeah, this is just enforcing that we're going to be here in the off state. No, we just need to kill this guy, actually. There we go. Very simple. Now, I wonder if I need to lead him down in the 1 tile gap over here. I didn't think that was possible. I think maybe we just bump... we just bump him back first, I think, and then... Oh, I see. So, interestingly enough, you have a coin before checkpoint, which usually indicates some kind of anti-key death mechanism. And so, in spite of the fact that we only have 2 pink coins in total, there may be something going on here involving the key logic. Oh, you know what? You can just fire away at this guy, because it's Mega Man and you just use your pellet. And that's what that teaches you. Okay, so now we need to survive this by staying up instead of going down. I was just misreading that at first. I think we just, of course, play this like Mega Man and... Oh, never mind. It's going to have a state switch that's enforced here. Very possibly the secret is going to be related to surviving this room so everything starts in the other on-off state instead, and so... Anyway, we're just going to smack Boom Boom around a little bit. Yeah, so we may have to repeat this from start. I suspect that may be the case. He's going to drop in, and we just needed to wait for him to die off screen. Yeah, because I didn't see the state switch earlier, and I feel like that is relevant. But we'll see soon enough. If only we had the Mega Man costume in this game. Yeah, very true, Netcat, although, of course, the Fire Flower would not be terribly compatible. And Hellion Dread. I don't know how many records you are still holding. I know you said earlier today that at one point you did have 6 out of 8, which is incredible. Given that you usually just snag the 2 or 3, but of course it's early in the week, and who knows how many of them are going to be defensible for long. I am, by the way, you still have 6, okay, great. I am, by the way, going to take just one moment here while we're bouncing around and possibly at risk of hitting the ball. No, this is a safe spot. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Highland Dread, who played my level today for a considerable amount of time to grab the speed record and duel a little bit with Meng, who was pushing the record time as well. And so, we got a very good look at my level, as well as some other ones in this week's set, which thankfully were not spoiled for me because I did playtest about half the levels that are present in this week's selection. So I've been able to watch most of the streams safely. I have not done the Grikowski puzzle, though. I have been trying to stay as unspoiled as possible for that. Okay, got bumped. Okay. Yes, okay, this is what the checkpoint setup is all about. So you did initially need to get through Boom Boom's room, and then when you respawn here in the on states, because you already have the 1 coin obtained. No, let me think about this. It's going to be 1 coin obtained either way. You come in here, you respawn in the other states. But I haven't collected the 2nd coin. Oh no, that's because I drop on top of it here. Yes, so the way it works is that if you drop on top of this one, then the first pink coin is present again over the checkpoint, and when it is present again over the checkpoint, then you do not have the entity that is released for the on to off toggle, which sends you to the room where you shoot Boom Boom to death. So that's how that works, and we just need to be a little bit more careful about this. You do need to drop in the left side, and it looks like you are supposed to do some kind of circuit, but we'll go back and see what we can make of it. There we go. And then we'll try to survive here. I see, so you are permitted to make a circuit in order to just adjust your positioning as necessary, but you don't need to. In fact, the brick created by the coin there prevents you from going down. Oh, also, I guess there is that other blue pipe that spits you out into this location, so there might be something else in store for us later. Much easier if you go platform to platform like this, instead of using the bumpers, of course. And then we'll circle around here. Not obtained 1-up. And down we go. Here is another Boom Boom. I think we do need to constrain him a little bit. Yeah, need to get quite close to him just to get the bounce going the way I want. And then you can climb, but this takes me up as well. I guess this is to hedge against... there's something about losing a clown car, although I don't see how you can do it, so we'll just go up. And, oh, you can fall, so you do need to slide all the way around and go down. Okay, so now we have what looks like a time to challenge as well before I fall down here. Now, is this survivable? We'll find out soon enough. I should have been able to. But now... yeah, that looks like death. I did try to go in the middle, a yellow pipe. I think I might have missed the input for that, though. So, and Atlantis, welcome. So yeah, really interesting key setup here. And then we'll do this. Timing here is very clean if you go quickly on the first cycle. Although I think with the circuits down there, I guessed... I'm just thinking about how the Boo circuits actually spawn and when they spawn to have everything behave nicely for the player. Okay. Like whether they were dropped in from another track, which I think may be the case given some of the overlaps, but maybe not. Oh, let's do that again. And let's bounce properly. Without getting out of the crouch. Okay, that's the issue, is that I'm getting out of the crouch when I'm changing directions. We just need to go right diagonal to left diagonal, facing down, and that should work just fine. Okay, shoot some pellets, and we need to drop down here quickly without climbing the vine, because otherwise we will get squished. There we go. Very much a Mega Man-like obstacle, in fact. This looks like a pipe. Definitely a pipe. The vines with tracks look like the ladder from Mega Man. Luca, very well observed. I'm glad we can count on Luca to bring in the aesthetic brain here. Anyway, making sure you have a flower so you can fight Ballman directly. Now, I wonder what triggered the fail condition there, because, of course, dropping seems like it's not permitted. I think that's just an initial preparatory location. Ah, yes, because the bomb releases that, so you need to stay on top of the balls from here. It's actually very much like the Document Tony Montana Mole fights from last week, in that there's a bit of a preparatory moment when you get to read what battle is going to be about. But then you can't really dwell too long on that before you need to get in motion. So it's kind of nice to have a bit of an initial rest stop to see what you did wrong and also see what the fight is going to be. We were just talking about that with Document's fight. I do need to get in closer in order to hit him at all, because otherwise the one-way panel does constrain me from firing, and of course now we are trapped. So, need to stay to the right and just mostly stay alive. Krakowski, welcome. You actually missed the Ballman intro at the start? Yeah, that's because you are a fast player. And yeah, that was a really nice moment, though. I mean, your only chance, really, to see what all the note blocks are all about, but it's been nice between this and the Tetris level to see Minibarf bring in some of these musical elements with the custom music here as well when we drop in. You know, into levels that wouldn't necessarily involve them. But of course, this is very much a Minibarf signature. We played many levels by them before that have something similar going on, like some levels inspired by DKC2, for instance. In some ways, it's kind of a Minibarf trademark to have retro music bosses that are often references to other games. Which was why seeing that done for Tetris was particularly clever. That's a nice finish. I was expecting to just bop him with fire all day long. A cake cannon. Interesting. Now, do I need to be invincible for this? Oh, it's tied to the on-off state? No. This can't be the actual cake. This is the cake cannon. I want to get on top of this, and then I want to... Oh, no. Can't trigger this. How about in here? I think I need to actually just go over here. And will that fire me anywhere interesting? No. What about on this end? Curious. Okay, so that's gonna laugh at me. We misread the cake cannon then. We know that this has nothing to do with the coins, because the coins are just used for the checkpoint system. And this is the 6YMM text, so let me think. If we... I mean, you had a little bit of a pie at the end. That might actually just be the cake, Netcat. I'm not sure. So, if anybody does know whether there is an additional cake, do let me know yes or no. That's not too much of a hint. It does affect whether we'll go back in. You think that's it? Okay, I think maybe that's it. I mean, it's a nice cake. Just this tiny little 6-star, Michelin 6-star cake at the very end there. And that's what blasts you out of the level. Okay. And yeah, let's take a look at what's next. Next is going to be Phantom Parade by another returning maker, which is going to be Frank. And the odds are stacked against you as the boos pile up and surround you. You're waiting for Mega Man 12 on Mario Maker. I think we'll be likelier to receive that than Mega Man 12 from Capcom. At this stage, they seem to have gone very silent about the series since Mega Man 11 was released, even though I thought it was moderately successful. Okay, here we are. And yeah, Magnetic, you mentioned it. I think in the Lemmy level in 4YMM, Lemmy lost his marbles, which was the mini barf level where you go inside the brain. That it wasn't particularly secretive either, now that I think about it. But I think that was a case where the cake was kind of patched in at the last minute in a level that was already mostly complete, so that was a bit of a different circumstance. Anyway, we'll get over here. This is oddly reminiscent, too, of the Uncaged Dry Bones level by Carfix last year, now that I think about it. Which, of course, mostly involved bones, but you know, you have this similar idea of playing over stacks, over hazardous fluid. There are a lot of boost stack ideas in this game, of course. They are really very functional as stacking enemies for things like chase sequences and movable walls and so on, but it's kind of nice to see Frank could take a crack at it, of course, since he's really got his own unique approach to platforming obstacles. Thank you for the follow. Now, let's go. And, yeah, we'll just dodge over here, head up here, and there you go. Oily Olive, there are some really nice levels out there with boos. I wouldn't be too quick to judge them just for having them as an enemy. They serve a very unique function in this game. Okay, let's raise the seesaw. And there we are. No pink coins in this one, so it'll be something else for the cake route. We'll just keep that in mind as the boos go back and forth. I should have seen if the blasters would go down any further to reveal something else, but I think we're fine. This is just going to be a boo wall chase. And then this is going to be a boo cycle, not to be confused with a bicycle. Key door over here. I wonder if we will be able to ride this platform back. This is going to be a back and forth segment, so the answer is yes. In fact, we have to do that. Yeah, there's this slight acceleration as they cycle around, of course, just to keep the pattern nice and evenly spaced. I think so anyway, I was probably misreading that. But up, back and forth on the boo wall, and it is based on the on-off timing with conveyor stacks, I think so. Notice what's going on here to the left as well. I think maybe we do eventually need to go left like this. And there was an opening to the right as well, though. No, you have to grab the spring there. I think that this is going to be a room that just continuously takes you back and forth with differently placed on-off triggers. So you just gradually work your way towards the outside as you progress. Yeah, because obviously can't do anything there yet. If we lower that platform, I don't know if that's going to trigger anything. That does seem required, though, as part of this path. Roller Ghoster is your latest YouTube thumbnail. well, it's a very attractive level, so... We spent a long time just admiring a lot of the decorative elements, like the use of all the ground tile doodads in that level, because Luca put a lot of time into that. A lot of work into it. I think it was very visible. And spring is going to respawn for us. I don't know what that's going to get me here, but whoa. Key door on the other side. I guess we keep going back and forth. Notice how the blue platform also respawned. I failed to get out of the claw because I wasn't pressing down when I was trying to drop. But yeah, we're going to kind of move in and out of range of the elements that we need to use multiple times, which is kind of an interesting approach to designing this, especially because the camera left to right, in order for this to work, has to be player controlled. And so this must have been debugged fairly thoroughly in terms of making sure that Mario is absolutely constrained to all of the relevant spawning and despawning ranges. But of course the boos are able to enforce that. The boos are able to give you a bound on either side in terms of how far Mario can move the camera. Or not move the camera, for that matter. So... whoops, no, let's get a bit of a swing there. Oily Olive, you're looking for a new trick for your levels. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a lot of experimentation. Whoops, there we go. I mean, I haven't published very many levels in this game, but I have a gigantic pile of unused concepts that are just sort of too unreliable or too player unfriendly to really turn into anything interesting yet. But I think often level design is just a matter of finding the concepts that are most salvageable and being able to do something interesting with them. Yeah, looks like we will come back out here, get that platform up and running again, and we'll be a little further every time because certain on-off triggers, it seems, are only going to be expended once. I think there's a very strong implication, yes indeed, that we're going to go all the way back to the left. And we'll see what happens. I'll be taking the trampoline every time, of course, and eventually, if I can take it with me, once we no longer need to scroll any further, we may be in business. You see this location right here? That looks like a secret. And indeed, that's a shiny yet deadly cake. With a 6 on it, and a boo ring up top. Okay, let's try not to die to this. And grab some 1-ups, so that's going to be a net gain. Okay, very nice star over there, just chopping these guys up from above. 6YMM. Okay, of course we're going to try to... Oh no, nothing up there anyway. Thought it was worth checking. Well, quick clean finish there. And of course we retained the key at the end because we didn't end up using it in the key door. That's sort of interesting that there would be no key on top of the exit door as well. Maybe that's to prevent you from getting trapped up there if you miss the key somehow and head up there with the trampoline. You know, just as a bit of lock prevention. Because looking at this, yeah, it seems like we didn't spend a key because spending the key leads you to the non-cake exit that just spits you out the pipe at the end. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Let's continue. Next is going to be Spook Swamp Romp by Nabooz. And we'll see if we can find that somewhere down the list. There we go. Spook Swamp Romp. It looks like, Luca, your level is great clickbait. It really is. It even makes the funny face and everything, right? So, and Nabooz, yeah, I'll recognize this mechanic. I did give it a quick playthrough in advance, of course, when working on some of the video footage. But let's take a look so we can talk about it and show everybody what you mean. Yeah, Nicaboos, there was recently a Megatoro level that used it as well, also with the descending segment with the sort of walking interaction of, you know, auto-scroll and fluid level falling at the same time. I'll talk about that once I get to that segment. I don't want to spoil it yet. Let's just kind of pretend at least that I'm seeing this somewhat newly. So yeah, you have vines that are spawned underneath on tracks. They go up for a while. And then that seems to be required. Getting that switch. Also, nice little detail here, since you can spare the entities to do it. Notice how the Koopas are just regular Koopas that sink into the poison and rise again as dry bones. Like the acid is burning off their flesh. It's like the Joker's origin story, except with Koopas. And that the Joker did keep some of his flesh. But anyway, we're going to hit that. These are going to rise from their graves. Whoops. Yeah, I didn't actually measure this out carefully myself when I was using it with the 4YMM level last year, which was also about vines and tracks that drag you down into the abyss. But the tracks, like the tracks when they spawn vines, you know, using a block that's on a track, apparently the maximum growth is 3 screens. Somebody did determine through some kind of measurement that it was 3 screens high. Which is why there's this maximum limit to them before they drop off. Because something down below is just dropping off. Whoops. That's okay. We'll go back and show that. I missed one particular thing that I didn't know about in advance. But we might as well show this in both forms, this segment here. So yeah, this is a cool little thing here. Notice this dry bones walking. We'll start over. No, we'll just play this through, actually, so I can show you the end of this segment. And then we'll start over, probably. Yeah, notice the dry bones walking, in that it's just kind of skimming over the poison level here, as auto-scroll and the poison descending are kind of going down together. So this was something that I know Electrodude played with a lot last year, and it was in that other Megatoro level that I was talking about recently as well, that was using the same vine mechanic. It was saying something like, the title was Piranha Creepers in 2D World, or something similar. And it's a great mechanic, yeah. As you were saying, Hylian Dread, very underused. And here we go. So yeah, obviously you do just have the blocks spawning the vines activated off screen, and they remain below the poison level, and they just fall and fall and fall all the way down. And the vine height just goes up to 3 screens high before falling with the block the rest of the way. And a nice thing is that, as I discovered last year when I was putting together the 4YMM level that used a very similar concept, that the blocks just drop off screen, but the vines remain active as if the blocks are considered as still alive, even if they drop off the bottom, you know, for several screens of height. So, when I was playing through this pre-release, I noticed this right away. And I understood it right away, because I know that Nicaboos makes detector level. So I looked at this thing and said, okay, that's very obviously a scroll break that's activated somehow. And that it's probably a detector mechanism. I strongly suspected that it was a detector. Like a power-up detector. Now, of course, it helped that when I was playing through this, one of the things that I found right away, which I didn't show just now, was what I'm about to show you, hopefully, if I have the presence of mind to do this. And yeah, direction detection. Hylian Dread, there's actually a good story about that. Well, not a good story, but an interesting story about that last year, where the particular way that direction detection was put together in terms of that clown car slope collision that makes it work was patched out by Nintendo just after the level released. It was a very near miss, I think. And it didn't take long, I think, for Naboost to find some kind of potential replacement if anything became troublesome, but the specific way that it was built originally and shown off at the end of the level, if you found a secret room that reveals the tech, was something that Nintendo nuked just a little too late to get in the way of 4YMM. Yeah, it was patched out 2 weeks later. That's an extremely close shave, and just some very fortunate scheduling on the part of the 4YMM team. Mang was saying earlier, this is the best Joker level you've played yet. Yeah, it's a very good adaptation. Much better than all those levels that are actually about, I don't know, Joker from Persona 5. Whoops. Anyway, I'm going to go over here and pop this. So I'm going to take the mushroom all the way down and hopefully survive with it in the next segment, because, like I said, I suspected right away that it was a detector mechanism, and spoiler alert, I believe I am correct. And Lecter, welcome. Lecter enjoying the incredible new satellite internet connection deep in the woods in Norway. Anyway, let's bump this. Luca absolutely is everywhere. Yeah, Highland Red, as far as that 5YMM and 6YMM thing goes, the questions have definitely not abated since the Switch. If anything, that seems to have intensified. Okay, right arrow is going to tell me to go down here. And we'll take this up. And down we go. And yeah, as you can see, Spike Ball goes over here. Have a bit of a fake out. And there we go. There's the cake. And the one-way panels are going to prevent me from trying to sneak through here. You do have to eat the cake from the outside in. Okay. Now we just try to live until the P-switch activates. As you can see, when the boo rings do come out of the blocks where they're activated, they don't have that collision initially. I do pass through them safely before they're really considered to be out there in the level. So that's not as dangerous as it looks, but it does, I think, have a way of making me flinch, and it's probably caught some other players as well. One lesser noticed thing, the 6YMM text is spread out in the walls through the vertical section. Yes, I think I know what you're talking about. I just didn't make a note of it at the time because I was talking about other things, but in terms of the ground tile artwork, you can do quite a bit of that. It's just that I think, for the most part, if you're playing rather than watching the level, your eyes are likely to be elsewhere when you pass that by. Which is probably why it's lesser noticed. People are constantly asking you about the 5 to 6 Switch. You're not even involved in a project yet. I mean, if they're just kind of following along casually as viewers of the stream, they are likely to wonder what year is it? Mang with the record on this one, of course, as you can see. Also, one thing we have not done so far, even though we're on the 3rd level, is we have not gone through the comments to take a look at some of the artwork that has come in. Very few comments so far this early in the week, of course, but I do always like checking. So let's not forget about that. And thank you for the GGs. And like what I was just saying about the artwork. Is it Mega Man, I wonder? What gave you that idea? This guy's getting reported. I won't do it, but... Nintendo 3DS Ballman. Oh, okay, this guy has ported it to both Wii and Nintendo 3DS, which is sort of interesting because mainline Mega Man just disappeared for so long and only really appeared on the 3DS in terms of retro collections, I want to say, and on the Wii in terms of the Wii, it was just Mega Man 9 and 10, which actually was fairly good support now that I think about it. I never did catch up on Mega Man 10. I did play 9 back when it released, but I just didn't have my Wii on me when 10 released, and I just completely missed out on it. These guys... Oh, this is an Among Us thing, isn't it? It looks very much like that. No skull. And yes, Ninja, it's not really that complicated. It is either week 5 or 6YMM week 1, depending on your preferred reckoning. Unfortunately, the calculation that I have for NYMM only works for n equals 5 or n equals 6 because of the uneven distribution of weeks or release batches for each of the previous YMMs. All of the old YMMs for Super Mario Maker 1 had a totally different release strategy. And the 8 per week system came in with 4 YMM last year, which ran for 8 weeks. Quelle esthétique. I can see you use inspiration from one of my levels. You know, there are so many commenters in these. This, I think Sadie might have miscounted. I think Sadie might have applied the wrong operator, like, you know, having reversed the polarity on one of the variables, perhaps. And yeah, it looks like the cake is just a cake cannon, as far as we can tell. You don't blame people for not immediately getting it, and you do blame people for not looking 2 inches up on the screen in chats and comments to see the answer that's already been answered. Yep, pretty much. I mean, there is a fair bit of speaking before one thinks. Also, one thing I'll note about Frank's level. This must be the fewest plants that I've ever seen in a Frank level, because he loves his plants. It's very much a Frank trademark to just have plants everywhere. But apparently the Boos decided to have a word with that. And they decided that, you know, the humidity in their castle was already a bit much. Did not need any additional correction. This is the 5th birthday. This guy also can't count. So what I was about to say is that you see comments like this, and you know what they make me think of now? They always just make me think of, hi, I'm Daisy. Now let's see. This guy needs more indicators and likes to complain about it. Oh, I missed this guy. He was around in all the 4YMM levels last year. The Taiwan independence guy who uses the Japanese flag in lieu of having a Taiwanese flag. Yeah, no, he was all over the place last year in the comments, and I hadn't actually seen one of his until this week. You know, the secret diplomat that's playing Mario Maker on the side. Okay, now Sadie can count. I don't know why Sadie dialed it back to 4 earlier, but that has been redeemed. And let's take a look at Spook Swamp Romp, and then we'll continue to the next level after this brief intermission. You checked that guy who claimed credit for Bart's level design. He has 78 hearts. Yeah. That's probably more than I expected. Six YMM. A lot of people thinking that this is good stuff. Now, this is interesting. I think this guy just likes to doodle this on the side. I've known a couple of people who do this, in fact, just doodle the... it's the Penrose shape. It's named for... It's not named for the mathematician Roger Penrose. I think it might be named for the artist Lionel Penrose, who was a surrealist artist who was in the same family, who was involved in developing camouflage patterns for the Second World War, and was kind of like involved in a camouflage research group. So I think this is called the Penrose shape because of that artist, or for somebody else who's in that art and mathematics family. There's a bit of a backstory to it, but I'll have to look this up to report on that accurately. It's the Penrose something or other. Anyway, Yin Yang really bringing the artwork this time. You got a lot of Penrose designs and comments for your Escher level. Yeah, that's very, very appropriate, of course. Scary good. That's a very scary good bit of artwork from Pink Tops as well. Full credit for that. Okay, let's move on. Power Circuits by Grukowski. Now, I always look forward to Grukowski puzzles. I tried very hard to stay unspoiled for this, and it was difficult because, of course, I wanted to see my own level played on streams, and today when I logged on, there were, I think, 6 or 7 different streams, and all but one of them were still on Power Circuits. The only one who was not on Power Circuits was Atten A, who always skips puzzles. So I just kind of logged in at exactly the wrong time, when everybody was just somewhere here. Which I think makes it look wise in retrospect that Lord of the Shelmets was coming out last week. Because at least that would be kind of asynchronous. Anyway, power failure is a plague in the Snow Kingdom. Fix the circuits and turn the power on. Actually, no, Grukowski wrote a bit of a short story in connection with this level. I'm going to read the whole thing. And then we'll actually get back to playing Mario Maker for the first time in 10 or 20 minutes. Through several years of heavy taxes, non-refundable donations, and political controversy, the scarcely populated Snow Kingdom is finally on the power grid. Homeowners have scrambled to hire workers from neighboring power company to install power circuits in their homes. However, there have been multiple complaints of shoddy workmanship, and concerns over the quality of installation begin to grow. One customer, who wishes to remain anonymous, stated, "It's like they sent a plumber to do an electrician's job." Now homeowners are looking to the Snow Kingdom to fix their power circuits. With a lack of affordable technicians in the area and spending already over budget, the Snow Kingdom has placed a small advertisement in the classified section of the local newspaper, Snow Time Like the Present. That reads, "Looking to recruit an eager candidate willing to learn a new trade and forgo monetary compensation. Cake will be provided upon full restoration of power." Stinjar claims to have been soft-locked in this level. Interesting. We'll look out for something like that. You never know what POW blocks might inadvertently nuke. And Luca here, we're optimizing this with a 3-minute world record. I kind of wonder how that compares to the Maker clear time, but I'll have to remember to look that up afterwards. Also, I love the circuit diagram that is here in the thumbnail. Very nicely done. Boxes are the culprit. Yeah, they usually are whenever they exist. Okay, so state starts with off. That's partly a semantic thing, I think, because the power is off and you have to turn it on. Yeah, Kavik does that in his level as well, and I do that in my level in a way that I'll explain when you see it later on, in terms of just having off mean off and on mean on, sometimes just purely for semantic reasons. And thematic reasons. You want a state switch right off the bat. Okay, power is off. We're going to chain things by placing the POW over here. This is still basically the interactive tutorial. There's no way to softlock proof a level with 2 boxes in it, which, of course, raises all sorts of questions for the Hammersuit. Although, I guess... yeah, because any time you have the Hammersuit, you can always just create 2 crates, lose the Hammersuit, and then you just have 2 crates in the level, right? So that's always going to be vulnerable in some form. We're going to place this within range somehow. I didn't really make the calculation in terms of how many tiles, but I assume it's going to be lenient. And we'll go. Okay, here is the checkpoint. And this is interesting. This is inaccessible, and it seems like these are supposed to be pushing certain objects out, as though there is some entity blocking going on, where if certain things are destroyed, for instance, maybe these release and give us additional objects to work with, like, for example, additional POWs. But before we do that, we're going to come up here and... oh, no, but this is a hub room, though. So I guess depending on whether you've completed a given room, what might actually be happening there is some kind of locking mechanism to save your progress or do something else. I don't know, because you can only push things up to that 1 tile there. I don't know what else that would really affect. We'll have to come back and think about this. It looks like the artwork in the middle right now just designates which room you're working on in the relevant part of the Snow Kingdom, so let's just begin with the crates. Because if we want to get soft-locked by crates, we might as well do that first, while the going is good. Looks like the idea here is to use crate stacking to get the POWs within range. And there is a reset door, of course, if you destroy everything. So, for instance, we can have a POW over here. And as long as you create a chain with the stack, I think you're probably going to be okay. I don't know if that's close enough. It's a bit sloppy, but we'll see. Okay. The conveyor belt room is where you got soft lock. This... okay, the conveyor belt room is this one. Yeah, we'll go left to right in each room in alternating fashion. Notice that this is going to be the safety and exit. And yeah, that's how you prevent an SD lock here. It just forces a death if you go down there and obtain the coin in advance. That's a nice way to handle the safety coin. I do like this in terms of enforcing a death upon the player instead of just SD locking them out, and also making it, as usual, impossible to just grab the coin in advance. Although, yeah, you could try to wall jump out if you want, but you would not be able to make it. Well, if you got locked in the conveyor belt room, let's take a look at the conveyor belt room. As usual, I'm probably going to be taking longer on puzzles just from talking about them. Okay, I think we need to drop the crates such that on the bottom layer we get the lower POW that we're going to drop down there a little further down in this diagonal, so we can have a diagonal chain. And the way we do that is by putting 2 of these here, dropping a POW on the left, putting 1 on top. And that doesn't look like it's going to be within range at all, but we'll see. Let's try it. Okay, no, that works. Yeah, I don't exactly know what the tile radius is for this, in spite of having played a lot of similar concepts in the past. And yeah, okay, so these are just exit pipes. They weren't spawning anything or doing anything else. Now, the nice thing is that warp blocks remain consumed. At least until you reset at the checkpoint upon timeout, which we're likely to hit. So we'll see if there's anything to handle that. Whoops. Okay, Thwomp moves over here. Thwomp, I think, actually needs to strike a POW or push a POW. Let's think about this. Yeah, because if you do that, you lock yourself in here. So you can't do that because you would be on top of the Thwomp. In order to activate it at all, you would not be able to activate it remotely from the other side. I just wanted to try that. You got soft lock by standing on the conveyor, having a crate on your head, and throwing the other one forward. Okay. I think I can kind of visualize that, but we'll see. I also think that here the idea is to stop the Thwomp. We want to move the Thwomp over, and then I want to obstruct it, I think. Because once you obstruct it, the Thwomp has a new reset location. Zerfink's level is in fact good preparation for this kind of thing. Zerfink's level with the Thwotum pulls from week 2, I believe it was. Okay, 131 seconds remaining. We're likely to hit timeout, but... Luca getting this down to 3 minutes, that's impressive. I mean, I guess Luca is doing much less talking than I am, but... Presumably. This is a down Thwomp. A down Thwomp implies that I need to kill it in order to open up a slot to insert the next POW and some of the other crates. Now, blue POW is not based on range. You can't fire the blue POW because that would also kill the bomb. The blue POW, therefore, has to come after the bomb. Red POW is something that needs to hit the Thwomp out of range of the on-off switch. So not like that. But, yeah, blue POW must come last. And probably will involve some crate stacking in that location. Okay, good. Nice clean throw from a location that you don't need to fool around with very much. I like that. You playtested this level a lot and you just played on automatic. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, blue POW, once it's activated, should activate the on-off switch as well. So we'll just stack it here and go. No. The blue POW does activate within range of the crate, though. The blue POW kills everything that is likely to die. Well, let me think about this, because the POW cannot kill the bomb. You can't have that happen. You do need a red POW in order to have the chain, but I remember seeing something in one of Glitch 9700's levels, which was actually a collaborative level with Grikowski designing one room that was a puzzle segment. And that puzzle segment was also something that involved POW chaining. And it had something to do with a blue POW that I can't quite remember, in terms of how to get things like the switch activation happening. Yeah, because blue POW is always going to kill the bomb, so we can't do it that way. We need to rethink that. And we'll rethink that once we're on the other side of the timeout. Okay, so we will go back in here. Off switch. Now, I don't think the reset door is going to do anything for us, because every object we take through the reset door simply doesn't respawn. There's nothing using the reset door that I think I can do to manipulate the objects here, since it's not like they need to be removed from some otherwise inaccessible location. So this essentially still looks correct. It's just that I need to figure out how to get the blue POW to behave, and I don't know if it's ever going to chain. Like, maybe the blue POW actually does have a certain destruction range. Obviously, yeah, I think previously the crate was destroyed by the red POW, and the blue POW essentially didn't matter, but we'll just try a different stacking order just to experiment a bit. Yeah, you see the POW just blows up directly, it doesn't do anything. I don't think it has an explosion range then. Let's maybe rethink that. So we could try to find some way to... We need some way to activate the blue POW Perhaps to kill the thwomp, but not the bomb. So how would we do that? Because it always kills the bomb when it makes contact. No, I don't think they can activate switches like that either in a Stinjar. I am just checking that just for diligence. Because blue POWs don't do anything ranged. They're based on what is grounded, right? So we can have a couple of ideas here. We can think about how to not have the bomb be grounded, which doesn't seem possible. Or we can activate the bomb and hit the blue POW before the thwomp. Yeah, we kill the bomb on the other side, then we fire the blue POW, and the blue POW, once we activate it here, removes the thwomp. So we throw the blue POW before the chain is complete. The thwomp gets destroyed. The thwomp, once destroyed, is going to drop whatever is stacked upon it. So for example, we can do this, but then why would we need the crates? Probably for positional reasons, such that everything is going to be within range. So for example, let's try stacking one crate. Because we need to assume that everything is going to drop down to the ground level, and then one POW is going to be displaced from the on-off switch by 2 tiles, and then... Yeah, there's a 2-tile separation with the bottom on-off switch, and then there's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4-tile separation with the next POW. So no, we want it to be 3 and 3, so it's evenly spaced. For it to be evenly spaced, we do it like this. We put the POW on top, and then we fire the blue POW on the other side after activating the bomb. Okay, next. We've done 2 and 2, right? Let's do this one. We've got 2 remaining plus a safety coin. Okay, so this is going to be another POW chaining puzzle, this time involving throwing POWs through here. Now, we've had a fair bit of practice on this because, again, of another puzzle that we had seen over the weekend with, it was Funkt's room in the big collaboration between Grikowski, Funkt, I think Bird Dog, Glitch, and somebody else that was made for Street Rat, where you had all these interactions with throwing things. That's going to need to be in midair, I think. That's going to be timing based, maybe. Although we actually need something to land on top of the semi-solid on the left. But yeah, we were throwing through a lot of clear pipes earlier this week in another puzzle, and so I've been thinking about the exit from the pipe quite a bit. Let's go back. So the question, first of all, is why do we need 2 POWs? Well, you can set one down and then you can place the other one. And then that allows you to exit. I think this might be timing dependent. No, it can't be, because we would need to be standing on the other side when we activate, so we'll just do it this way and hope it's within range. Yeah, it's within range. Great. Done. Okay, next is going to be this final one here with the yellow pipe. No sign of what to do with the cake yet. That's something we should keep in mind. It might be something that's after the safety coin, like with an extra bonus hard mode puzzle at the end or something like that. But we don't know that yet. So, once again, it's interesting how this one also gives you a clue to the earlier one in terms of the pipe entry. If you, for some reason, do them out of order, if you're stuck on the other one, you can come over here and just see this in action. One thing that I think is going to be important here is the fact that POWs will respawn from the pipe, such that... Whoops. Let's go back and demonstrate that. He showed 2 solutions to this one. Yeah, I'll have to watch his... behind-the-scenes segment afterwards. I did have to tap out of his stream earlier because of spoiler avoidance, and he knows that. I see now, because you need to enter somehow in order to place one POW here, unless you throw the second one and have it land in the middle location, which you can do. But then why would the pipes spawning from the yellow pipes matter? Let's do a range check first of all. Yeah, that's out of range. Notice that it busted some crates on the left side in whatever room was built to the left of this one. Yeah, so these spawn, which means that we can destroy them when we don't throw it like that. It tells me that I probably want to have one POW destruction move another POW for some reason. Like, you want to destroy one POW somehow by making that respawn. Also notice, actually, no, notice this thing here. That if we come across here and we destroy that, we can always respawn both like that. That's important, I think, because it allows me to manually place something first. And then re-enter from the other side. Maybe. We'll see. It's important, I think, that we're able to do this, and more importantly, we know that we can't do it from this side because the hell will just go through. But being able to detonate from the left side seems like it is going to be a critical part of this. Yeah, because we can enter. We can grab this. We can put this down here and trade the POWs. So now it's the left pipe POW that is giving us the entrance, and we can destroy it from the left side to grab it a second time. No, we can't, because we would need to dispense with this POW to do that. We can't do that. Never mind. Okay, no, never mind. We do need to rethink this. But if I place it here... No, that's fine, because the POW that spawns from the pipe is going to be within chaining range. So it's okay. We can do it that way, I believe. Because we just spawn the one from the left pipe, and we don't need to manipulate it. We just leave it in its initial location. So, same idea. We come through here. We trade the POWs. And then I just throw out this POW in the middle of nowhere once I'm done with it to get it to chain on the other side and destroy nothing with it. So the idea is we place it here. It's going to chain down to the yellow pipe. Yellow pipe is going to chain to the on-off block. The way I do it is... Well, I mean, we can always just drop this thing, perhaps. And here we go. Should work. Interesting that there are two solutions. I'm thinking about the other one now, but can't really visualize it when I'm not doing the puzzle myself. Let's pop through here and let's take this without dying to sliding down the wall. So, okay, it's going to be a separate cake puzzle with the top of the flagpole exit. Of course we're doing it. Alright, so pipes spawn POWs, and that's important because we might be using a very similar interaction to what we saw previously. We will need a POW in this location in order to complete this circuit. And the POW that is on the left side here, since it drops down from this pipe, if you have two POWs in this location, you would be able to go up and grab the POW that's up top, and that would be able to complete something for you. So let's figure out how to obtain an additional POW on this side. First of all, let's not do that. We're just playing around with this. Interestingly enough, if you toggle the on-off switch early before you're prepared, you can, in fact, switch sides as you will. So let me show you how that works. We'll just respawn into this one. He has an Antiquita set up. Yeah, I would assume so, given the structure of the pink coin, since you picked up a coin going into the whole central structure. That's a fairly easy tell. Notice how, if you if you hit the on-off switch here, it's actually going to destroy the POW on the right side and spawn a second POW on top of the red block that's on the right side. So watch this. Then we just need to keep track of what's what, except if you do that, you block yourself, so never mind. Well, our first task is to get 2 POWs on this side so we can grab the third POW up top. The way we would do that, then, is by getting this out of the way so it's not destroyed, and so it doesn't respawn. However, in order to do that, no, it is going to get destroyed. But what we can do is we can grab this POW over here, trade POWs once again. So I'm holding the right POW now. I'm holding the left POW, holding the right POW. We respawn both POWs by doing this. And, no, we can't do that because of that drop. Okay, let's rethink that. Just redo it. There probably is going to be a swap involved. Yeah, we need to not destroy the right POW and have it land on top if I want to come back here and grab it. So this must stay alive. The one I'm standing on right now must stay alive somehow. You don't know how to solve this room, but you think you just figured it out? Yeah, don't tell me. We'll get it. We'll get it soon enough. Which POW was which? Hang on. Yeah, this one was the one I brought in from the left side. This one spat down here. I think activating the on-off in advance is absolutely going to be relevant. We can stomp on the on-off switch by ourselves. We don't need to use a POW to do that. That's the answer. We switch POWs. We come down over here. We take this. We stomp. We have 2 POWs. We grab the third POW. We need to keep track of what's what to avoid any issues. So, currently, the bottom POW is the one from this pipe. The top POW is the one from the right pipe. So right is on top. Third POW is going to come up with us here. So here's how the chain is going to work. We place one POW that is on the top right side. We need to destroy the POW that comes out from this pipe, which is the one on the bottom right now, so it drops here into this location. And then we need a third one to complete the circuit from there. Because we need to use all 3, right? Unless one of them... No, this is fine, because at any point I can just change the on-off state as I would need to do, because I need the off state in order to go to activate the block in the first place. This POW... I would need to get it up to the platform, though. And the only way to get it up to the platform is by probably destroying something on the other end. Let's think about this, because... No, we can use all 3 POWs, actually. No, we're fine, we're fine. Because watch this. Go over here. So the new POW that we obtained is now at the bottom. The POW from the left pipe is now with us here. And we know that one needs to be destroyed somehow, so we're going to put it aside. It took you forever. You can realize you can turn that switch manually. Yeah. Because he had conditioned that with all of the other spaces so far. That's a very good point. This POW is going to go... Well, it's the one that respawns here, so we can probably take it up with us somehow. I think if we do a 2 POW stack, we're probably fine, but we don't... Yeah, I want the POW that we obtained last to be the one that we take on top, because it's the one that we know should stay alive. Like, because there's no respawn. Like, this POW will not respawn, and therefore it must go here. Now, which one was which? Here. I don't remember. I think we might need to toss one to find out for sure. But that's okay, because we've progressed in the puzzle, even though there are 70 seconds left. So, for example, if I just destroy that, we'll find out very quickly Yeah, it's the one on the other side. Okay. So this POW we can destroy whenever because it's going to come down here. Actually, yeah. And then the last one will have to go down here. So we need to swap POWs again, yeah. You know what? 30 seconds. Classic learned helplessness. Yes, indeed. Drop this. Come over here. Blow this guy up safely. Chain. Not far enough. I need that POW to maybe drop on top of something else then. Unless that POW from the pipe goes here. When it's destroyed, it's going to drop down the pipe partway. And when it is in midair, dropping down from the pipe, then that's going to activate. So let's try it. And to key that, it's going to block off the original set of rooms, of course. No, we'll try it that way. I think I know which adjustment to make here. Okay, let's do this again. You go through here. And I don't have this by memory, so we'll just have to reconstruct it. You swap, and then you stomp. Swap. Stomp. And then, well, switching them is not a good idea. I'll lose track, so let's make sure we have a very clear order. This is going to turn into a bit of a shell game, I'm afraid. There we go. So, Yellow Pipe POW is currently on top. Yellow Pipe POW is going to be the first one destroyed when we take it up to the other side, because then the idea is that this should drop part way while the POW chaining interaction is going on. I don't know if that's going to be fast enough, really, but then that gives me a bit more flexibility, because, no, I still need to place 2 POWs, right? So we'll place one probably here. Maybe that's within range. But it's activating this location that is out of range, because the POW that's in the central location right now cannot hit this drop location. And so let's do this. And regardless, I need all the POWs on the right side in order to stack everything else. So I'm holding the new one right now, holding number 3. 5 tiles radius. Yeah, good to know. But it's calculating diagonals that I have a problem with usually, so. Okay, this is POW 2. That's the one we want to take up top in the new approach that I'm taking. POW 3. Or POW 1. Yeah, okay. So this is POW 1. Left pipe is POW 2. Top left corner is POW 3. That's how we'll designate them. It's very important to have a consistent system for this. Now I'm holding POW 2. And that was an accidental pickup. Now I'm holding POW 3. Holding POW 1. Hang on. I'm just trying to reorder this. What am I... Okay, I've lost the order. That's okay. Let's try it. I think this is still POW 2, so we'll do it. Ah, no. No, there's a reason you don't do that. Which is the way that we're going to come back out. No, there is a reason you don't do that. POW YMM, yep. And it's that if I don't get the POW to respawn on the left side... No, that actually should be fine. Let's try it this way. No, I think the timing isn't going to work, but if you have an additional POW here as a landing location, I think that does work. If you have all three... No, because you won't have access to 3 POWs. But if you have 2 POWs here, then the top one... Yeah, because stopping on the on-off switch here is not going to do anything for me anymore. Except block me off. I have access to this POW, but I can't get it to the other side. The only way I can transport an additional POW to the other side is by killing POW 2 as I did earlier. So, for example, well, the timing is totally off. You can't just get the yellow pipe to spawn something for you. However, I'm going to do this. When I reset, I'm going to take this POW with me, and that's going to act as a shortcut. Because then we don't need to worry about grabbing this with the earlier interaction that I had. So yeah, this POW is never going to be within range. We need, therefore, the yellow POW to drop on top of another POW. And we need another POW down here for that. That's okay, because we know how to reset the yellow POW's location. So we're holding POW 3. POW 3, as with the old strategy, will go up top. Let me just put this out of the way first. We're holding POW 2. POW 2 will be destroyed in this location. I need to make room for myself. So that's POW 1, POW 2, POW 3. POW 3 goes here. I'm holding POW 2. POW 2 goes on the bottom. I'm holding POW 1, holding POW 2. Then we destroy the other POW to spawn it like this. And then we do this. No, the issue is that this is too far. I need this to be closer, but you can do that. You can just do it like this. That was the adjustment. The problem was that earlier I was destroying the POW from the other side by just throwing it and expecting that this location would work. But you do need to make a slight adjustment there, and it should be fine. Let's not die. No, we had the right idea. We just didn't move the POW from, like the one I'm calling POW 2 from the left side pipe. I just didn't move it over a tile. That's literally the only thing to do. 6YMM. Okay, Goomba hat is, of course, the best hat, and we'll take it. And now all the other hats don't even know I'm here. We're going to put out all the candles. We have 80 seconds to do this. There's plenty of time. As long as I don't get stuck up above the ceiling. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, not the safest way to blow out a candle, but we'll take it. Very nice cake. And yeah, under most circumstances, that cake puzzle by itself would be the kind that would be like the equivalent of a standalone Grokowski level. But it's nice to have all those training segments much earlier just to get everybody accustomed to the central interaction. So very nice one here. Power circuits. And a 32-minute time on it. Again, as usual with puzzles, just padded out by talking. But very enjoyable. Yeah, the yellow pipe respawns were, I think, the standout mechanic, both in the original section and in the cake puzzle. Okay, let's take a look at what's next. Next is going to be Mogsy. Okay, so this level, I believe, was constructed pretty much entirely to make the pun reality. Now, there's one little stumbling block about that, which I think isn't enough to sabotage the pun, but it does make things fairly awkward to read aloud. It's a pun that works better in text than read aloud, and the reason is this. That in English, bass is the instrument, or the bottom line of a choral arrangement, or the musical term, and bass is the fish. So technically, the large fish that was in Super Mario 3 and introduced in Super Mario 3 as this sort of giant Cheep with the gaping mouth is Boss Bass. Not to be confused with the leader of the Gungans in The Phantom Menace, who is Boss Nass, voiced by Brian Blessed. However, Boss Bass here will be referred to as a Boss Bass because that is required to make all your Boss Bass belong to us. You have no chance to survive. Make your time. Let's listen to some Zero Wing. But yeah, all your Boss Bass is going to have a whole lot of Boss Bass. Anyway, music auto scroll. We'll see indeed that there's big Cheeps everywhere, using just the big Cheep artwork, of course, not using the relevant Boss Bass artwork from Super Mario 3, but that works well enough for our purposes. So you do need to kick the shell. I'm a little behind here. Can't quite catch up to the auto scroll. Thank you for all the GGs earlier, by the way, belatedly. Luca, interesting that there's no POW hat in the final cake. Yeah, I think maybe the idea is that if the POW blocks are meant to be like this connective circuit, then it would be like eating copper wiring or something like that if you had the POW hats as part of the central delicacy. Oh, whoops. Oh, look, that's Composer. Or rather, just Ludwig. Sniping us at the end there. Kind of a nice touch. Okay, down here. Now let's jump up here, and yeah, I guess we'll just jump at the coins. I was jumping before that as well. Oh, no, let's not hit that jump block. Let's go here. Yeah, Luca, a lot of people who speak English as their first language don't know that either. Because I think a lot of people who play musical instruments don't go fishing. And of course, if you're just learning about these things by reading about them, like if you're reading about catching a sea bass in Animal Crossing or something, you don't necessarily pick anything up in terms of pronunciation. I caught a sea bass. I'd say it's more of a C+. But yeah, anyway, all your base art belong to us. So yeah, this one is another one that I kind of casually played through pre-release, but of course that's not helping me at all here as I try to run through it in the second segment. And I believe there were some changes that Monksy made at the very end anyway after I last playtested it, so it is somewhat new to me. Look at the walls there, the scroll break. I'm just going to die here to show you the scroll break again, because I think this was something that was pointed out in the 6YMM trailer as well, but certainly the thing I was thinking with the seesaw activation there, there's a very specific reason for the seesaw to be there. Not only because the scroll is going to, I guess, keep you on the other side, does it really? No, because when you get to the bomb segment, here's what's happening. We keep missing there. Look at that. Somebody set up us the bomb. And yeah, it's not like you're hitting checkpoint there or anything, so there's no particular functional reason for the scroll break, I don't think, other than maybe spawning control, maybe, on the other side, if there's anything going on with that, but of course all the music tracks are just loaded from this start. No, not really, because of the auto-scroll. But yeah, let me take a look at the bomb segment again, because I don't think that's actually a scroll stop, is it? No, it's not a scroll stop, it's just open. And because it's just open, it's just a wall that you break for the sake of somebody setting up us to bomb. And whoops. Let's pay attention here. Okay. Nope. Still having a little bit of trouble in that earlier bit. Yeah, we'll need to do that a bit faster because I am losing a bit of my horizontal position in that bit where I'm losing the fire flower, and so that does deserve a bit of fixing. I'm just doing this turnaround slowly, I think. Oh, no, there we go. Much better. Oh, I missed the trampoline that was supposed to propel me forward because it was already cranking too hard to the right. We'll try to fix that. Oh, whoops, missed. I failed to set up us to bomb. Took me a while to sort out the potential confusion between whether it was somebody set us up to bomb or somebody set up us to bomb, but I think it actually is up us to bomb. I've almost certainly commented on that before when playing some other level with a scroll break. Okay, up we go. Nope, too late. Hit this, go up, swing up right away, get the stomp on the first try. Yeah, that is going to be pretty necessary. Move Zig. Whoops, we missed. So much for moving Zig. Okay, just turn around a little bit cleaner. It's mostly the claw swing here that's getting me into trouble, I think. Whoops, sailed right over. You double-checked if it was us up or up us when writing the copy, but Barth thinks you got it wrong. Yeah, I'd have to check that, because I think it's one of those things where a statistically significant number of people get it wrong to the point where things like search result frequency or whatever isn't going to tell you anything useful. And the only thing you can really do is go back to the original source. Whoops, accidentally climbing. Okay. Now here is Bowser. And a clown car, yeah. The clown car, I think, was a very late addition from what Mogsy was telling me, because I didn't notice it until I saw somebody else playing this level today, I think. Which I felt very safe watching, because I thought I'd done it. Also notice that if you have the on-off switch activated, you can go down below. But there is a timed reactivation of the on-off switch afterwards, and so on-off switch releases the fire flower. Fire flower allows you to shoot things, of course, but we'll just try to do this and maybe keep some of the fish under control eventually. Now, Zero Wing is a shooter, hence this interaction here, which allows you to just shoot things from the clown car, but being dragged underwater like that when we get the fire flower is going to keep me a bit trapped, so I do want the water level to be low when we go for the flower, because that is what allows me to safely somewhat safely get out of there. Otherwise, I'll just be dragged. There we go. That's much better. Because now we can just bop this indefinitely, or even get into the clown car and lose the flower. And we'll just tap, tap, tap. Okay, almost there. Yeah, I mean, I could do it like a shooter, but as you can see, it occasionally gets me into trouble. Kind of a nice spread on that, though. Also nice to see the water drag the Bowser projectiles. So we got the key, but before taking the key door, I'm going to try to show you the lower level here. We can get through without a reset. Okay, have to go fast. And there we go. That's pipe entrance to the cake. Looks like we have a couple of other doors here, in fact. Oh, having the on-off state allow me to go there gives me these tiles on the side to stand on if we want to activate this. And, oh, that drops me directly on. I shouldn't have taken that, actually. I wanted to check the other door. Let's try to redo it quickly, because I think there's more that I have not seen here. So let's show you something. It took me a lot longer than that when I was playing this pre-release to get the cake rope down below. Because I was just shooting fish the whole time, but I think I did most of the shooting fish just while fighting the boss this time around, so same idea. But I think I haven't actually seen 100% of the stuff here. There's another secret, yeah. Yeah, I should have taken the other door at Cake. I will probably try that again. Also notice the hard blocks over that red pipe. That is to the right of the column where you go up with the boots. Oh, oops. Missed. Yeah, Zaluka assures us there will be another secret. Cool. Yeah, because there were those other pipes that were on the ending screen as well. That seemed important. Whoops. Cheep Cheep intercepted that claw that time. Getting a little bit caught up, but as you can see, too far behind. Okay, let's go up. Yeah, trampoline there's going to realign me a little bit. And then we're going to fall behind because I hesitated, but we'll do that and get out safely. And yeah, we'll just shoot fish in a barrel. Whoops. Or not. Really important to get rid of the red Cheep Cheeps, of course, because they track you. Also notice that there's a coin inside the clown car. And it's shooting Bowser, but the coin clown car shooting Bowser does nothing. It doesn't inflict any damage. Okay. We'll just do this. I mean, we could do it the other way, but I think I'd be likely to just get shot. So I feel like this is actually going to be faster as long as we get some shots through that don't just get intercepted by fish the whole time. Yeah, standard door is just going to take you through the standard exit. There isn't a pipe on the right side as well. Move. I guess we're moving Zig. Oh yeah, we are moving Zig. Zig's on top of the pipe. Okay, so that's the exit here. 3 1-ups for endless. Yeah, you see that green pipe? It's awfully suspicious. I think we just need to take the other door from the cake, in fact. Doesn't seem to be anything else to activate here, so... But I just didn't check the other door, so... That probably leads to some other segment that leads back to this pipe over here. Can I take a death? Only by timeout, which we won't do. So yeah, let's go back to the cake and let's take the non-key door. Interestingly enough, if you go down to the cake without defeating Bowser first, you can still get to the cake, but you can't get to the ending. You have to go through the other door. I'll show you what I mean. I am unlikely to try to do that without killing Bowser first because it's just too spammy, but... Let's try to demonstrate something. Nope, missed that. Yeah, we'll just go back and do it. Okay, that was clean. Cleaner than usual. That was not. And up we go. Okay, we'll hit this. And same thing here, this time without activating any of the blocks up top. That was very stylish, but an escape. Okay, and we'll just spam our way through. I mean, I could use the clown cars before, but I think that's causing a little more trouble than it's worth, although we can get a triple shot, and that's at least going to clear some of the cheaps from time to time. Yeah, it's just that the top level projectiles as they come in do clip me in the head, I think, as I am in the clown car, so... It does add a bit of that space shooter boss flavor, you know, in terms of having a final screen where you just have this big target on the right side, but... And I know, of course, that we do need the flower for the ice coins at the bottom. Okay, there we go. Let's go through here. Oh, no. I think I can probably do something to limit this interaction. Yeah, as you can see, because we're lower on the camera level, the on-off switch is not reactivating. Also, if we hit the on-off switch on the right side before we go through the pipe, then that gets me through the other key door. Now, let's just try to get through safely somehow before we get absolutely swarmed. Nope. Yeah, we do need this. Yeah, because I'm looking at the on-off switch on the bottom as well. You can grind for 1-ups, yeah. Very useful here in Endless. That's okay, we'll grab this. Of course, when we grab that flower in that location, if I'm in the water, I can't actually do a bit of a partial jump up to it to collect it without getting into all kinds of trouble. Alright. Oh, we were going to hit the switch? No, that's okay, we'll just do it this way. And then we'll go here. Zero wing. And we still have a key at the end too. So yeah, this just shows you how the music is put together. Nice extra secret to have for a music level, of course. We'd better progress and enter this key door. Oh, that also drops you in. Okay. I feel like oh no, because if you enter the other pipe... No, wait, no, but if you enter the other pipe, that takes you to another transition, right? Because a door takes you within the main world to the main world. I don't know if there is anything else in there at the end, or if it's just another transition screen, rather, to get you to the pipe. But anyway, otherwise we would have just gotten squished. Because we never came out the pipe at the end. But I think that's probably just a transition, right? Like that, you go through the ending, wind up in a subworld briefly, and then get popped back out. I don't know. People who have played it can tell me if it's something worth checking. If not, we'll just check the comments in the meantime. Oh, we didn't check the ones for Grukowski either, did we? I have to go back and look at those. Let's do it in order, actually. Let's go back to Grukowski and read the comments. This guy's still tagging 5YMM. And also doesn't understand key death. Hippo, at least, enjoys the cake. This guy trying to spoil everything. This is why a lot of puzzle creators just turn comments off, which would have been very unfortunate for giving us artwork. If you touch a semi-solid, the video ends. This guy really figuring out how to play YouTube here. Raise. Oh, there's Ninjar. Soft lock in crates. And Looney worked hard for the cake. A lot of how everywhere. How? You forgot you commented that. That's okay. We just reminded you. That evens out. You remember finding one more room in the level in the main world. We could try that. But perhaps not for very long. So we'll see. Not a whole lot of all your base here in this demographic. But somebody thinks it's a troll, huh? People taking the time to comment on that kind of thing. Sure, let's take a look briefly. Netcat. To see if anything comes to mind. Because if you're saying it's in the main world, then it's not the pipe transition at the end of the music demonstration. So I'm just looking around to make sure we didn't miss anything else really critical. Whoops. Yeah, interesting in this level how... Oh, okay, it's going to give you a sound effect for falling into the water. I was about to say that you kind of know implicitly that water is going to be death in an autoscroller of this speed. But, oh, look at this. Look at this. One tile there, that actually looks a little conspicuous. One tile isn't going to be a pipe entry, though. It might be a door entry. Oh, no, it is a pipe entry. And I died to it, but you can totally enter that. And yeah, you gotta love the people who keep commenting on impossible levels with hundreds of clears. Problem may be between chair and controller. Gotta go down to pipe? Nope. Not fast enough. I was trying to veer left a little bit at the end. I don't know if that's necessary, but we do need to turn the corners a little faster, I'd say. Get all that done. Try to beat the auto-scroll slightly. Yeah, it's just these turnarounds slowing me down. as I float down into the pipe. And okay, so 6YMM, and you have a tiny little cupcake here. And I died. Okay. Well, let's try to see the other side of that, just to see, because... Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, it's very easy to just run over that gap without noticing it, since it blends in so well with semi-solids generally. That gives you the endless one-ups. Also, that is a half, like a 1/2 at the very beginning. I wonder what that's all about. Also, we have a key, which theoretically gives me a boss skip, in fact. Under what circumstances would we need 2 keys? Given that we know how to get the second one. And we know the 2 key doors that point to the goal screen are both accounted for. Why are we getting a key? Because the key can give you a boss skip. That's there are 3 key doors that are accounted for. There's the one that's at the end of this music segment, which points to the goal. There's the one that's on top of the gap in the cake room, which also points to the goal. And there's one in the boss room. Why would we want an extra key? Given that there isn't any location that has 2 key doors in sequence. Unless, of course, it's the... No, it's not going to be the pipe at the end of the music demo room either, because the pipe at the end of the music demo room is only accessible if you skip the key door that is at the end of the scroll. I think it might be a speedrun route, actually, because it looks like it is completely optional. Because there's nothing we've found that has 2 key doors in sequence. There are 3 pairs of key doors accounted for, though, so it's possible there's a 4th one, but at the same time, there's nowhere where we need 2 key doors in sequence. We know that it's not going to be after either of the ones pointing to the goal, and we also know it's not going to be after the boss, so I think the key is likely superfluous. And that's okay, because that means I'm happy to just take the death and exit. Have I checked the red and blue pipe yet? Which red and blue pipe? The only thing I haven't checked is the pipe after the key door at the end of the music segment, and I really doubt that's going to be much of anything. It might not even be a transition pipe, actually. It might just kill you. Have you checked the red and blue pipe after checkpoints? I don't know which one you mean. I don't think. But yeah, we got cake, we got... Well, in the main world anyway, we got cake, we got the secret exit that is totally buried in here. Oh, above the seesaw, there's no time to enter that, I don't think. I mean, we can try it, but I highly doubt it. I think I would rather push on for now, though. I think we have this down. You had an eye on Hylian Dread's stream, and you think you might have taken that path when he got world record. Yeah. I didn't see the end of Hylian Dread's grind on this one. He did it right after the grind on mine, and I think at the time I'd switched to somebody else who was playing mine for that. Also because I wanted to go into this one fairly clean, even though I had played it in an earlier version. I found everything that I know about, though, plus that extra pipe, which I didn't know about. So, let's go on. Particularly because I do want to make sure I have time for the documentary segment for my own level later today. Railgun Run by Pink Tops. This is, I believe, the first 4-star level since Luca's Roller Ghoster. And yeah, this one also has a colorful description, disclaimers, and guide. The Pink Tops Corporation assumes no liability for injury, fatalities, or emotional or psychic trauma experienced by patrons. We kindly ask that any corpses and any severed appendages be deposited in the nearest pits. Spectators are encouraged to cheer on their champions, but to please refrain from mocking wounded riders. 1 pink coin for each year of Mario Maker is required to access the concession stand, which of course we will attempt to take. So let's remove some guts. So if you remove your guts from the tracks and then you have fun in that order, is that preferable to having fun and then removing your guts from the tracks? I think it is. All right, let's get back in position. And yeah, there we go. Oh, 1-up is going to be a little behind that arc there. So interestingly enough, we have the P blocks here, just giving you the shell trail in advance, so you kind of have an approximate idea of where it's going as you cross over the 6YMM text. It's at the very start. I have to wonder how many players who are excessively programmed to depend on indicators just instinctively try to jump at every P block before finding out very quickly that that is not a very productive approach. And Stenjar, thank you for dropping by and alerting us to the crates, lest we run into the same kind of disaster. And you have a good day. Okay. And we'll go back, grab this one. Whoops. Yes, I was still standing on ground partly when the shell made contact, and that's what led to dropping me through, I think. I need to be pretty reasonably centered on top of the shell. Otherwise we do run into some problems with slipping off the edges. And that does not look accessible, okay. There's some who want indicators for every single action, which must be why they're overrepresented among people who just leave tons of comments asking for indicators, because it's like the comments themselves are an indicator that they want more indicators. I love this 10 coin here because it takes advantage of the fact that the airship theme that was designed specially for SMB1 in Mario Maker has this lovely blending between the ground artwork and the semi-solids. It's quite well disguised. Okay, so looks like it's going to be double shell over here. RRR, which is RR. I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing Orators run through this because I have certain expectations for how his chat is going to behave when they see stuff like this. RR, of course, for Railgun Run, but as opposed to, I don't know, Rocky Raccoon. Okay, up we go. Now let's get over here. Yeah, Orator's TTS is going to be in for something, I think. It's like the one and only time that I've ever looked forward to seeing something happen with his TTS. But here we go. But we all know it's coming. Oh, I missed a 30 coin. We'll go back on the next attempt. Now it looks like we can pretty much land on either shell here, but Yeah, we'll try to grab the other... We'll try to grab the one up front. Just to lead the way, because of course jumping from the front shell to the back shell is much more feasible than jumping from back to front if we need to make any adjustment. Natcat, you're used to playing levels without indicators, and that's because you actually scout good makers, especially from other communities like those in Japan and South Korea and so on, where people aren't necessarily conditioned to have the same community expectations, which I think is sometimes a little bit excessive in terms of people expecting things to work a certain way because all of their favorite makers, YouTubers, or streamers behave that way, and who lose perspective on how incomprehensible a lot of those systems and indicators and so on can be to people who are not part of the same network. You know, where you'll see people play something in 3D World and say, that's not the symbol for a long jump, you should have a double arrow for a long jump. And I mean, it's total nonsense unless you are only playing 3D World levels by people who use that specific scheme. Which is why I think it's a very important part of the YMM levels that Kavik insists on not having any of the track indicators, in spite of the fact that they're very common and are fairly well understood by people who play this game constantly for things like the C track indicator for throwing an object and Z for doing the spin jump and so on. I think it's very important that YMM doesn't have that. Because, like, having that in your level, while very clear to a certain audience, does, I think, create some accessibility issues for a larger audience that may be coming back to Mario Maker after a lapse, or who do not play within those communities constantly and who might be finding their levels some other way. And so, yeah, I think you must take the front shell here because it is going to hit the on-off switch, which you can see right below me, buried in this blade. And Massus, or Massus, hello, welcome. And can we intercept a 1-up? No, we can't. I guess I did have to jump for that. And yeah, Natcat, it's the other consideration with indicators, is that I think people often forget that having too many of them actually obstructs readability. That's one thing I was complimenting about Electrodude's level last week, is that, yeah, you had some kids in the comments begging for indicators as usual, but the thing about Electrodude's level that I thought was really great was that, like, you could really imagine a lesser maker just putting P-blocks everywhere in that level. Absolutely everywhere. And the fact that the level is laid out in such a way that it doesn't require them for readability and only really requires coin trails in a few specific locations just shows you how far level design can go to improve readability on its own. And yeah, that's a good point too about whether the levels are even memorable if you don't get a chance to see anything through some of that visual noise. So, especially for the people who are either visual artists or have a keen eye for the visual arts in the room, who pick up on things like decorative aesthetics very well and find that to be a very rewarding part of the game. Like, that's something that drops out a bit, because, for example, in levels where things like tracks and P-blocks are constantly used for indication, it also means that they have to be designed such that, to avoid confusion, those elements can't really be used for anything else, and that in itself is going to be a bit restrictive. Like, you can't have something like designating these trails here, for instance. You can consume them with coins, I suppose, but Not exactly the same thing, especially with these star trails here, just giving you a totally different arcs that cross over. I kind of like that contrast between the yellow and blue that you see here. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, certainly one thing that I point out relatively often on the stream is that, particularly with people who are remaining active in Mario Maker in the long run, because they're, of course, also designing for players who are still active in Mario Maker to this day, like it seems like a lot of people primarily take their level design inspiration from other Maker levels, specifically in the subgenres that they know best or most enjoy, and don't really have a cultural point of reference for level design outside of that is coming from the history of platformers generally. Now, the nice thing about a lot of the YMM levels is that they don't have that problem. You can see inspirations from platforming history on the whole all over the place. It's not like you have like people who very conspicuously know troll levels from YouTube, but don't actually know what people's habits are like when it comes to playing Mario. Or people who did something similar with Kaizo, right? That they may be very good as a subgenre specialist, but they don't necessarily have the mindset to understand how these interactions look from the perspective of somebody who's coming in primarily from professionally designed platformer games, and what the expectations for readability would be if you come in from that background instead. Anyway, old man yells at Cloud, assuming that we haven't killed the relevant Cloud already back in Miss Yarrow's level. And yeah, there are certain kinds of fun that you can only really get with Indication if you like playing things that require extremely specific throwing targets, for instance, or segments that just move extremely quickly. Like, there are definitely things in this game that you can't do without Indication, and which are fun, and which you wouldn't be able to do otherwise, and that's absolutely the case. But the issue is when people are just putting certain indicators on things because they assume that it's an expected standard, rather than thinking about the needs of the level. And I think that's where the difference comes in. That a lot of things can be redesigned to not really have as much visual noise attached to them, and not require the player to do one specific thing. That sometimes it's not something that actually adds to the fun, although some other times it might be something neat. So and of course, part of it is just the limitations on the visual palette that we have available to us in this tool set. One thing that I find interesting about watching people play Super Mario World ROM hacks, for instance, is that ROM hacks actually have much less indication in some ways, or at least they look like they have much cleaner indication, because there are so many custom elements that can substitute for things that are functions served by tracks, for instance, in this game. That whereas people might use tracks everywhere or P-blocks everywhere in this game, In ROM hack design, you actually have a lot more artistic flexibility. And so what does strike me about harder Kaizo hacks in Super Mario World, which I don't really play, so I'm not really speaking from an informed position, but in the times that I've watched them, they do seem much tidier in general. And I could be totally wrong about that, but that's just my general impression. Anyway, let's ride this out. Got 4 coins so far. And yeah, this is why you can't really use coins, in fact, for the trails. The trails use non-interactable elements like these empty P blocks and empty off blocks. Because the coins really need to be an interactive part of the foreground to give you jumps. And that's why you would have that difference here, that you wouldn't just follow a coin trail instead, because you need the coin trails for some active input here from the player. Whoops. And Luca, yes, that's exactly what I mean, and you put it very elegantly, that in the hacks, the custom elements work as indicators by themselves. And that's how it is with a lot of classic video games in general. That you have a bit of a wider artistic palette, and so a lot of things just manage to indicate themselves. Okay, up we go. As far as bending Super Mario World into Mario Maker goes, that's sort of interesting, because my understanding was that even though the original hack that was called Kaizo Mario World has been around for some time, that the Kaizo scene as we know it, with people like Penga and Barb and a lot of the bigger creations that have taken off in recent years, was something that really didn't exist that prominently until Mario Maker 1. That's a lot of the current community seemed to come out of Maker 1 first, including, of course, people like Barb, who was part of the original YMM series. There's the cake, and there's the RR. So I guess we'll let the shell go first, and we'll just ride the next one up. And the door on the right, I believe, is probably just a non-top of the flag door for not obtaining the cake. Okay, great level from Pink Tops. Yeah, Pink Tops is somebody who is a much more traditionally minded designer. I've played all of Pink Tops' Super World before, as well as a number of recent levels, and so it's kind of nice to have that, because Pink Tops designs for a traditional player's mentality, and so even in a level that's a bit more, I guess, demanding or interaction specific like this one, he's able to understand how, like, a crowd coming in without expecting a Kaizo background or whatever, like how they would be able to read a level. And I think that really shows in Railgun Run. I think the way that this level communicates reflects what Pink Top's background is as a maker. So thank you for the GGs. We are going to skip number 7 and save it to the end, because that is, of course, my level. I better put in the level code, just so people know in advance. I am going to spoil the secrets, the cake route, etc. when I go through my own level, and apparently it has the reputation for being the hardest cake this week. So if you have your games open, you might want to take a crack at that yourself, if you don't want to be spoiled for it first. I don't think it's that hard. I think there's a wild swing between people who get it quickly and people who don't, simply because there's very high potential for tunnel vision. But I won't say too much about that until we show off that level. We will, however, be bypassing mine and going straight to the last one in this week's set, which is Marioid Dread, after we read the comments to Railgun Run. Why are shells so slippery? Because YMM levels are so polished. And yeah, King Kaizo also miscounted, I think, and thinks this is 2 YMM. What is this? I am not quite sure. Oh, it's a mouse clicking buttons, I think. It's clicking the not button. Hi, I'm Daisy. And yeah, Sadie drawing cake once again. How were you able to upload this? The usual way, I would assume. I mean, it's only down to 1%. It's really not that punishing. I think landing on the shells can take some adjustment, especially when it's just one shell instead of multiple in succession. Just very high potential for slipping off the side as you go, but other than that, pretty reasonable, I thought. Marioid Dread. I don't think it's that far down. Let's, yeah, here it is. The emergency order, as in the classic Metroid introduction, defeat the Marioid codenamed Dread. I guess we'll have to find out what a Marioid is. Oh, look at that. The world record is held by the appropriately named Hylian Dread. We're not going to defeat Hylian Dread. We're only going to defeat Marioid Dread. Now, this is Zenmai. Zenmai makes amazing music levels inspired by other video games. I hadn't seen any Metroid level by Zenmai before, though, so this might be the first one they've made. I don't know. Very spare and minimal way of creating the introductory Metroid loop percussively. I love how this entire chime, at least this part of the chime, oh, this is just the percussion. But yeah, rhythmically this is set up entirely with these 5 elements here. 3 winged blocks and these 2. Also, is it just me, or does the track pattern look kind of like a puppy? I mean, that's the only reason you'd have those 2... I guess maybe those 2 vertical tracks are part of the block drop at the start to get them synchronized, but I didn't actually quite see where the spawning location was, and it looks like those tracks just make this look like a puppy. Well, you thought it looked like a cat. Well, of course you did, Netcat. You're part of the cat gang. But the snout here seems a little bit unlike a cat, doesn't it? Like this little bit on the left blaster. Yeah, because like this is the kind of looping track that is always hanging out at the bottom of Natcat's stream. In that little cat minigame. Samus Cat X, exactly. Anyway, looping music, here we go. We're going to be dropped quite low. And we're actually going to be descending rather than climbing like you normally would in a lot of these vertical music drops, because after all, it is Metroid. And digging our way in is going to be part of it. Wow, what a track. I'm just taking a moment to listen to this mix of the theme, because my goodness. Yeah, I just love the way the percussive patterns are set up in this. Just to give this whole level a bit of a kick. Let's look around at these coins. I can get the Super Ball to nuke this, but yeah, if we go ahead, that's fine. The Super Ball's still down there for me to take afterwards. No, it's from a pipe. We can actually just get that ourselves. And that's going to be a Super Ball deflection anyway, so let's do that. And okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Hang on. Can I do it? Yes, there we go. We spent too long looking at the dog track at the beginning, so I think we might run into time trouble eventually. And yes, Luca, this is quite the jam. Can we go down to pipe? No. I think there may be something else to interact with here. We can also... no, Super Ball does not do anything to that guy. I know that, in fact, because I have a level that uses that. There we go. It's a Metroid level. Some navigation is expected. Okay, Fire Flower seems to be the next beam upgrade, so to speak. Also notice that these look like they're potentially scroll breaks, but I don't know how wide this is built. Is this built a full 2 screens wide? I think it is, so never mind, it's not going to be a scroll break, it's just aesthetic. Yeah, it's always really lovely to have these huge continuous spaces to play in, and not something you see that commonly anymore in Mario Maker 2. More Fire Flower locations. Is that a Fire Flower? Yes. Notice that you don't need to keep the Super Ball all the way to get here once you've used the Super Mushroom form to bust some of the bricks on the way here. So there's no reason to reset and go backwards to get the Super Ball again if you do accidentally lose it. You just need to find your way to the flower. I think that's one of the most challenging things about building Metroid levels in either of the Maker games, that people really don't know how to handle the permanent power-up progression very often. Because it doesn't adapt well to Mario power-up progression mechanics, where getting hit does lose you something. I mean, we've found some inventive solutions to this before, of course, from various other levels, but in terms of preserving your item progress. But here it's nice that it just doesn't have a hard requirement. However, it does remind us that there were locations up top that I wanted to bust with Fire Flower before continuing further. This looks like Spiny Head. Oh, we'll probably be doubling back here, actually. But we may as well grab all the coins we can before some eventual checkpoint. Yeah, it was just Fire Flower down below. Love this, by the way, this pipe here just acting as the tube. Okay, let's get over here. Yeah. This is interesting. Can't get up here yet. SMB2 Mushroom would theoretically do it, but I don't know if that would be part of the progression here. Checkpoint is here if we need it. Let's not take it yet, in case we have the opportunity to grab more coins along the way. Yeah, it was just that Spiny Hat location. I wonder here... Oh, that's a pipe, okay. And that spawns something, I'm sure. Big Mushroom. Big Mushroom instead of the Spiny Head is what gets us the coin that we saw earlier. We'll do that so I can preserve as much as I can before checkpoint. Can I? Yes. Okay, I can reverse through there. Otherwise I could just take damage, not a big deal. Yeah, we'll just watch the time here. It's not going to accelerate the music because the music is custom. Here we go. And yeah, let's just save as many coins as we can. I don't think I've seen a fourth one yet. We'll likely have to progress up somehow, but... Ah, okay, I can bust this, and then can we fall through? No, we can't until I take a hit, so let's take a hit. Coin on the right side is not attainable until we probably get on top of that note block and cause some kind of collision to destroy the blaster. So this is fine. Well, almost certainly have to reverse through all this somehow. Maybe? Oh, boss time. Yeah, boss time with, of course, the boss theme. Let's try to activate these guys up top as well. Got them both up and running, which is nice. Unfortunately, I don't think you can do a secret grapple kill here. Which I always thought was the standard kill on Dragon when I played Super Metroid originally, because I just never thought of doing it another way other than the grapple. Can I take this up? Nope, because of, oh. I can drop through, and I can take it. Great, great. But then time's up, so now we know. Yeah, I kind of have the same relationship to the imprisoned boss in Skyward Sword as well, where, you know, I always thought the standard way to do it was just to parachute on top of it repeatedly. And maybe it is the standard way to do it, but then you'd encounter people who were just like poking it in the feet the whole time, and then they would complain about it on forums afterwards and say, oh, the imprisoned is so tedious, you have to poke it in the feet. And I don't think I knew that until after I finished the game originally. Because I just used the parachute method every time. Likewise with people who think that the grapple kill on Dragon is some kind of tightly guarded secret. I mean, that's just the way to do it. Ah, donut blocks on top of this, that's how, okay. Didn't really notice that. Of course we're going to take this up. And there is nothing, okay. Can I pop these guys? No. We'll just not die, we'll die. Okay, fine. Obviously, in order to prevent a boss skip, there is no 5th coin that is available yet. We don't know how to get a 4th one either at the moment. But yeah, you know you won't have a bonus key at this point. Well, unless it's the kind of level that does that, but I think it's fairly clear it's going to be a safety coin at the very end. Which means that all of the other coins are accounted for, and that perhaps up to this point I should have already obtained the coin to the right in the first screen, which would require me to get up to that note block. Play horror map Mario the House. I don't think I know what that is. And in any case, it will not be on today's program. Yeah, so true ending up above. We will get that. We can take an optional death, but there's no reason to do it. Yeah, we know this is going to intersect a flagpole. Because the flagpole has a standardized height. Safety coin, however, is above. Such that you need to go through a different key door first, on top. You need to find a key door elsewhere in the level, drop in, grab the last coin, and then go through the second one here. After you've collected the last coin. So you need to take a key and go through here. Which tells me that there's another key door coming out of the boss, probably, because we know that gives you a key. But that's not going to be useful to me if at the time that I have killed the boss I've not obtained the coin that is to the right. Which tells me that there's probably an element of power-up progression that I have not seen yet, so we'll start over. And not spend the first 100 seconds staring at the puppy. Anyway, all coin locations are accounted for. Anyway, Super Ball is going to be here, so we don't need to worry too much about taking the hits. And let's set up the deflection. Nope. And we'll have to think about how to get up to... Ah, yes. This is it. You come up here with the big mushroom, you destroy all this, this probably gives you SMB2. That still doesn't tell me how to get up top, though, after the boss room. It probably has to do with the clown car, but I didn't find anywhere to go with clown car when I went off screen earlier on. But we know what to do now. We just need to backtrack with the big mushroom. Anyway, we don't want to progress yet until we've obtained this. And here we go. Now let's go down here. Past the next gate. Nuke everything we can. And yeah, eventually we'll need to come through here, so we may as well bust down everything we can with fire while we're still able to do so. Including this guy. And yes, you do need ice. Or rather, the ability to set fire to ice. To grab the big mushroom in this location. Then we backtrack up top. Making good time for this. Have to not take a hit, though, given that it is a long way to go. Whoops. Like I said, I mean, at least that happened early before we were too deep in. And you know what? We can just do this. It's much better. Much, much better. Needed that one anyway. We'll go back here. Create more paths. Option to have the Super Ball, of course, but we won't want it at this point. We're just creating more pathways to give myself. SMB2, I'm guessing. Yeah. And of course now we'll be looking around to see if we can pick up objects everywhere. Whoops. SMB2 will be useful here. Go back down, we grab the last coin, and then we hit checkpoint, and then we hit the boss, and then I think we use the clown car to enter a secretly placed key door. That's what I'm expecting, unless there is somewhere else in this level where you are allowed to progress using SMB2, which might be interesting. Okay, down we go. No, let's not tag that. Back down. Yes, and then now we jump up here. Tap this. It's just going to push. I think it was probably on a seesaw. Because if it was on a seesaw, then that interaction would potentially put it under. Like if it pushes a seesaw down, then seesaw comes back up, and then you have a drop from the blaster being on the very edge. Okay, so now we'll need to keep our eye out for a non-standard key door. Not this one here. Notice that there was something in the bottom right area as well. I suspect what's going on is that we need to use the clown car to fire at things. Because it looks like you can make a scroll break happen with the clown car if you take over and use it. I think that's it. It's going to be a scroll break on either the left or the right side. It would be the right side because we already scrolled in on the left and we know it's not going to be there. But we'll try both sides anyway, since both are destructible. But as you can see, as we get back into the horizontal main world, there is an auto-scroll that pushes you up front. The auto-scroll going to the right. Busting the left side here takes you nowhere. Busting the right side is going to be the answer. So, we'll hijack the clown car, we will go right. Okay, we'll just cycle around. Oh, whoops, too soon. On the donut blocks. On the donut blocks. Nice that the central location is safe. Anyway. This is going to take me through to 6YMM. And then we're going to have possibly a bonus boss. Let's be mindful of the falling icicles. They are going to be placed here and there. Whoops. And let's not hit the spikes down low as well. Okay, let's just maintain position. Go up and down accordingly. Don't want to go sideways. We'll just tuck ourselves in here beside, or rather between the icicle columns. And we should be fine mostly until that happens. So yeah, we will need to remove an entity block by killing the target, and then in the top right corner there's going to be an entity blocked on-off indication, on-off interaction rather, that is going to give us access to the exit in the bottom right. So, actually fairly straightforward what we need to do here. And I like that the ending screen gives you plenty of information to work with in terms of knowing how everything else is going to go and just understanding how the level is built just instantly when you look at the ending screen. I mean, sometimes with this secret hunting, you do see a little bit of meta-knowledge involved, where you can understand how if people don't play with the editor and understand how doors and pipes work and how, you know, really basic things like the main world and subworld are structured and what the limitations on them can be, that they would have much more trouble with finding things, but yeah, there's just a lot that we take for granted sometimes, I think, about understanding the possible ways in which Mario Maker levels are structured. And maybe not knowing that stuff is where a lot of that appeal of things like troll levels, from a spectator's perspective, are coming from. Okay, just be very careful here. I mean, or I could do a charge shot to create a little bit more space. That would be mildly useful. Yeah, it gives me a few more columns to work with in terms of getting the target. Yeah. Hope that we get the whole boss track through here the whole time. And there we go, yeah, entity block. Let's not get dunked by the icicles on our way over. Into the mouth. Almost hit the icicle at the very end, too. Mice Run Fast, welcome. Okay, we'll grab this. Let's not grab the 50 coins yet, lest I hit the flagpole. And we get SMB2 for... Oh, look, it's the Samus helmet cake. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Beautiful cake design. Poor snake, you're ripping out its teeth. Am I really? Oh, you mean the entry points previously. The mouth of Ridley, probably. It looked kind of like Ridley. Like the carcass of Ridley. Anyway, 50 coins. And true ending. Okay, making pretty good time on this week's set, actually. So this was the last level in the set, but if you joined us late, there will be more content right up ahead because I have not yet covered my own creation. But first, we will slap a like on this. Admire the 1 minute 09 record here by Hylian Dread, who, like we were discussing earlier, held, or still holds, 6 out of 8 world records this week. I don't know how much of that has been challenged. But let's take a look at the comments. This has been, I think, the most commented level so far this week. Not surprising, given that it is Zenmai, and we just saw how well put together that was. I'm going to actually point my Google Translate at this and see if I can decipher what's going on, just for the benefit of satisfying our curiosity. I don't read Japanese, I do read machine Japanese. Oh, this guy says, is it a song along the way? Metroid, I like it too. Canon is near to midpoint. Don't know what that is talking about. Says something about coins and safety coins, but that he couldn't get the key into the inn at the end. But that it was fun. Okay. Not that interesting a comment, but somebody who enjoyed the level, rather than somebody complaining about it. This guy is grumpy. Yeah, beautiful Brinstar music. Bubbly percussion, yeah, that's exactly how I would put it. A Kathy beef. Apparently, people need to plan it and stuff. Yeah, level design usually involves a little bit of that. It's not all freewheeling improvisation. It can be freewheeling improvisation until you actually need to test things. Yeah, a lot of the audience for this level never haven't played Metroid, in fact, but who can probably appreciate the music and the overall open structure of the central section, which I think was still the remarkable thing about this piece, on top of course, building something this spectacular with looping music. This guy says, it's Zenmai's new work. As usual, some stuff that was not properly translated, but has to do with like long period performance and searching for things properly. This guy's just amazed that it got done, basically. Oh, I know this maker. It's the guy whose name is like Green Onion or something. And he says this is a new course blockbuster for the first time in a long time. Enjoyed a hidden route. Obviously a huge Japanese player base for one of the finest makers from Japan I know of. And thank you for the GGs, by the way. And yeah, I guess exploding its teeth, Mice Run Fast, is basically what we were doing. If only dental care were so simple as activating an entity blocked on-off switch. Luca, look at this. Look at this. Luca drawing the cake with a mustache. Yeah, because it's Marioid Dread, because it's Mario claiming the Bounty Hunter helmet with the Varia suit. And still having the mustache protrude somehow. That's really great piece. This guy says, let's see if the machine is going to give us something coherent. Saying something about participating in 5YMM, but yeah, he's saying that it uses the sound of Metroid well, I think, and I thought it was quite an accomplishment. Look at this. This is a nice comment, too. This is a nice comment. And it's Samus in the Dread colors. It's not quite the same thing as the Fusion colors, but the kind of light blue tint is, from what was seen, the Dread suit that she's going to be starting with. So that's a nice touch with the color scheme as well, I think. If I'm correct about that, I might not be. Natcat recommends Hikuki, if I pronounce that correctly. Hikuki. Yeah, I don't think I know that maker. I might recognize some of their levels though. So this says, congratulations on posting the course. The track performance is amazing. Something about the exploration as well, but I can't quite make that out. This guy thinks it's 5YMM. Some of them really don't know what's going on. Hey, look, it's Natcat, part of the Cake Gang. That looks like a pig. I assume this guy is talking about the thing that I thought was a puppy and which Natcat thought was a cat. Whoever made this gets free tickets to Middle East countries. I don't think that's how passports work. It's meant to be spelled wrong. The creator made this pun Marioid. I'm glad we have that explained. Oh, he's responding to this guy. He's responding to this guy who doesn't understand that there's a pun in there. There's also going to be an additional page. We'll see that. For some additional brain rot. Oh, the guy's comment I just read is Hikuki. Okay, so he makes amazing music levels. That's... Thank you for pointing that out, Natcat. Yeah, Natcat, I'm sure you'll be able to recommend us some codes at some point. Natcat, one thing I do want to do, but not until YMM is over, is that at some point I'm just going to do like a Japanese maker showcase and a Korean maker showcase and so on. And we've had that, of course, in the past overlap a bit with codes that are received privately and people who are in the YMM projects. But because those makers don't really tend to submit to small English-speaking communities like mine, I find that I do want to program in more of their stuff. I still have a lot of Zenmai that I haven't played, and everything I've ever played from Zenmai is amazing, and so at some point I might just run a Zenmai stream, to be honest. Because there's just so much older material to get through. And this guy loves the vertical scrolling music, and as a sound becomes a habit, I guess that's sort of saying that a sound is sort of like an earworm, and that is very catchy. And he loves the boss battle. This person also loves the boss battle. And here's Looney. And more Japanese comments that... Oh, this is Megatoro. Yeah, Megatoro also got the cake by defeating the back boss, the secondary boss, I guess. And he says it's an incandescent boss, which is, well, according to the machine translation, which is a great way of putting it. Incandescent boss battle, a high quality performance. And that's the dawn of 6YMM is at a very high standard. Also loves the decoration. Megatoro has good taste in this stuff too, and so... Yeah, this person here was surprised there was a second boss in the back. Oh, hey, we know this guy. And, yeah, this person was just looking for a secret and then found it. So yeah, a lot of Japanese makers getting on this quickly, including Kaito, who probably got the first clear on this thing, actually. Yeah, Kaito totally got the first clear. Kaito is very quick on those when they are available. Look at the pixel art on this one. I mean, you've got the cover here. And you can kind of see the helmet cake as well as the text saying Marioid in the bottom right corner, which would have been inaccessible. Also, the boss... I mean, you can see the second boss in this screen, but from this zoomed out view, the kind of gigantic head, which I thought was sort of like Ridley, but it's actually more like Crocomire. But anyway, the gigantic reptilian boss, I guess, looks really good from this pixel density. And oh yeah, Luca, yeah, no, I recognize Ichigo Dan as well, having played many of their levels before. There's something on the top right corner. I don't know what that is. Top right corner. I'm not on a controller that can allow me to zoom in, but I'm glad I saw that. Unfortunately, I don't think it's the case that speedrunning this will get you alternate pixel art that reveals Samus without the suit. But if only we could make it. I think some of these makers would be able to do it. Number of eyes. Yes, no, Lecter, you're right. I think it is Ridley. It would make a lot of sense for it to be Ridley. It's just a particularly big Ridley. It makes a lot more sense for it to be Ridley. Yeah, Kaito... I don't know if Kaito is getting a leak or something. I mean, Kaito clearly subscribes to a lot of these big Japanese makers, but Kaito is also getting first clears on some of the other makers involved. Maybe from follows from previous years as well, like following from 4YMM. That Kaito kind of has a sense of when these come up and who is pushing them, perhaps. And welcome back, Mang. Mang, you were just in time. We're about to do the documentary segment. We just finished the 7 levels that I didn't make. And I'm going to take a moment before I switch into mine, because I'm going to swap controllers. I'm going to swap over to a controller that actually has a stick, so I can take you through the editor in a moment. So I'll be right back. Just give me a minute, and we'll get things set up on my end for the playthrough of my level, followed by the backstage tour. See you in a moment. Okay, that's back in order. And yeah, Lecter, as I was saying, I strongly suspect that Kaito is getting leaks. But I mean, sometimes a lot of these come up at once, of course, and I guess Luca, yeah, Luca, you're really kind of a good test case, because if Kaito was getting first clears on yours, then he definitely has a leak. But the fact that he wasn't, I think, makes this still a bit indeterminate. And I was playing your stuff before the project, but that's because I also received a leak. And yeah, that's very true. That's... Oh, I didn't know the codes were in the preview video. I know the names of the pre-announced makers were there, but I didn't know about the maker codes, so that's a good question. Or a good point, rather. Not a question. Okay. Oh, just the names. Yeah, that's true. And the names are unique, so... those with the previous records could in fact be found. Anyway, going to... did we refresh this for the most recent data? Yes. Okay, so here's the order of events. I'm going to do a standard playthrough. And then I'm going to do the cake route. I'm going to do that separately because in the first playthrough, I don't want to show off the cake just yet. Because we'll just talk our way through the level and you can kind of figure that out visually. And then I'm going to take you all to the editor afterwards. Okay, so let's take a look at this. 6YMM, Thwompen at the Savoy by yours truly. I might as well read you the long description since I bothered to write it. Roy thought it would be awful swell to renovate his decommissioned fortress into a luxury resort with a swingin' ballroom for the ages, an Art Deco palace with a red-hot floor that sizzles with the shovel. But by now, you know what the construction sector in the Mushroom Kingdom is like, and already all the tile work is a shifty, crumbling wreck. Time to put on your dancing shoes, stomp on all the safety violations, and show the proprietor of the Hotel Chez Roy who's boss. Now here's the thing. Last year when I wrote the description for this, for YMM, which was also the last level I published, I think I was definitely sort of overestimating the sort of cosmopolitan multilingualism of the Mario Maker crowd and expecting them to not have too much trouble with the pronunciation of the word from German aesthetic criticism, Gesamtkunstwerk, which mostly dates back to writing about Wagnerian opera. Because this year I've discovered that with a lot of the streamers that I've seen, the American streamers in particular, they really don't know how to pronounce the word chez. Even recognizing that it might be something French, like they just have no idea. They probably just assume that, you know, that's where they serve the freedom fries or something. Anyway. Chez Roy, Hotel of No Return, Chez Roy gives happy feet a yearn to burn. So this is in fact based on a song, for those of you who don't know. There is a classic jazz standard from the big band era, which is kind of even before the time of a lot of people who are still actively jazz musicians, because it's from what's sort of considered now the traditional big band formulation of the genre. The song itself dates back, I want to say, to... Well, we might have to look this up to corroborate, because it dates back to 1933. And there's a bit of a story behind the name, because the Savoy Hotel is a famous hotel in London that was also named after the Savoy or Savoy region. And it's a luxury hotel that's still there to this day. Like, you can probably not afford a room at the Savoy in London, unless you have your expenses covered. But there was also a famous ballroom in Harlem, which has been defunct for decades now, but which was kind of the core of the jazz scene back in the 1920s and 30s, called the Savoy Ballroom in New York City, which I think was established in 1926 and lasted until the 1950s. I am partly looking this up just to make sure I have my facts checked. And so, yeah, there was a famous song written a few years into the life of the Savoy Ballroom that was called Stompin' at the Savoy. And there are many fine renditions of it from the early part of the 20th century when it was a very, very big hit. So, the introductory text here, Chez Roy, Hotel of No Return, Chez Roy gives happy feet a yearn to burn, is actually kind of a play on the original lyrics, which go like this. Savoy, the home of sweet romance. Savoy, it wins you with a glance. Savoy gives happy feet a chance to dance. I'm not doing the rest, but that gives you an idea. Let's play. Anyway, that's what you came for. Just a lot of talking about a level. Perhaps not the singing, but, you know. So, here's the opening of this level. I was thinking, in tribute to both the Savoy Hotel and, of course, the Savoy Ballroom in Harlem, that this would both be a hotel and a dance floor. And that's the central concept here. The chandelier was actually an extremely late addition. I built this original interaction as an introductory room, thinking that I would probably build this into like a hotel of some sort, but It was a while before I added the domed ceiling to try to fill this out. And the chandelier was just an open space for a while I was figuring out what to do with it. But I'm glad that a lot of the people I've seen play this have noticed immediately that this was a chandelier. And I like also that the coins give you a totally optional way to just play around with this mechanic and soak it in early if you choose to take your time. Also, there's one other thing that I find is really cool here, where if you have a nice, crisp timing at the very start, it's actually fairly likely that you can raise a boot with another boot, like how I just showed you here. It's not that hard to do in terms of the timing, and it's actually quite likely to just happen accidentally as you go through. But anyway, the point of this room, as you can see, is just to make sure that people know how to stomp with the boot, and that stomping with the boot can deflect objects off the side, which, if you haven't played very many levels with Kuribo's Shoe here in Mario Maker, you might not know that, although it is, of course, a classic interaction dating back to Mario Maker 1. Now, when you stomp, you also hit a coin block. Nobody really notices this coin block, and that's their problem in a way that will become relevant. The chandelier looks like legs and feet when the coins are gone. Yeah. I did see somebody else, I think, already compare it to something slightly less safe for work. But that's okay. People read into things the way they wish. This room here, as you can see, is just a check to make sure that people know that you have to jump out of the boot and grab the POW in order to go through. If they try to stomp here, they get another coin, but of course the muncher is not within range. If you miss with the first POW, or if you let the POW sink, then of course you get another one with the blaster, although it becomes a little more challenging to do it this way. And yeah, the 10 coin is just tucked up above. This is the same trick that I use in my very early level Flight of the Bumble Bully, which has a similar series of introductory rooms that are one screen wide, and which give you a little bit of a bonus on the left to just get you to run around a bit and take things in. We're totally going to time out because I'm talking a lot, but I think the director's commentary is the whole point of this, so we'll see. You like the value added by the narrative around this level? Yeah, so do I. Anyway, here's your first look at the central concept that motivated this level in the first place, which was having all the thwomps here on a player-movable platform. This down arrow, not everybody is reading it as a stomp, but most people are. A lot of playtesters, or rather not playtesters, but rather players that I've seen on stream have understood that, but a few have not, and have tried to jump through. So I'm glad I added that down arrow to begin with, because I think a lot of people would just try to crash against a pokey if they didn't do that. Now, I just died to a bit of a gap there. And that's really important, because that is the #1 most challenging thing about designing this level, is that the longer you stall in the thwomps and the more you kind of yank them back and forth like this, the more their timing starts to potentially create some gaps, as you can see, which can catch the player unpredictably off guard. And that's just because of a couple of things that are the rules behind the mechanics of how thwomps behave. And it only really happens if you go very slowly. It's not nearly as bad as what it was when I was first playtesting this level. But it was the main reason that I had to keep that room comparatively short. And yeah, Mice Run Fast, I approve of your imagination. It looks like legs dangling from the ceiling. Very saucy enough already. No need to make it weird. Okay, so if we go relatively quickly, or even at a normal pace that doesn't stall for too long, the gaps are not really so much of a problem, because if you just keep on yanking the thwomps evenly to the right, they stay more or less synchronized. You can, of course, grab the 30 coin in a number of ways, and jump out of the boot and come here. Here's a totally non-suspicious checkpoint room. Also, the other thing I was going to point out was that in the first stomp interaction you saw in the previous room, a lot of people kill the Pokey completely. Like, they just stomp the thing to death even though they've got plenty of room to jump over it. They just stomp and stomp and stomp until it's completely dead. Which, if they're checking for a potential key, it makes sense, but I think a lot of players in this game are just really sadistic. Anyway, totally non-suspicious checkpoint room with a non-suspicious pipe that has a one-way panel you can't access. We'll think about that later. Okay, this room over here. So, when I was designing this, I knew that the central interaction with the boot on top of the thwomps needed a little bit of risk and reward attached to it. And that's the way I think about a lot of level design. If you know how I usually talk about levels on this stream, that, you know, I feel like you kind of need to put yourself into a risky position to do something and then get yourself back to safety. And so I knew that somewhere in this level I needed interactions that get you to jump out of boots and go back in. And so previously we saw that with things like bonus coins, like perhaps the 30 coin if you choose to get it that way, and the POW at the very start as well. But that's what that concept was for. There's also another story behind it that we'll talk about when I show you the Maker Mode. This is, of course, the chase. The Boom Boom is something that should be properly credited to Mang, in fact, because I was finding it really challenging to pace this room. I'll go back to the chase and show you what I mean. Where it's possible to do it really fast, but I also need to give first-time players enough time to read it and react. And possibly take it slow if they don't know for certain, or don't know very confidently, that dragging the thwomps up with them towards the right is going to be what they have to do. Because, you know, they're just kind of timidly jumping on the thwomps and trying to make their way forward. That is something that could get them outpaced very quickly. So I had to make that room flexible enough. We'll go back to the chase in a moment. I had to make the chase flexible enough that you could outrun it. And outrun it by quite some distance. But I also couldn't let this despawn. So the purpose of Boom Boom is to keep the whole stack globally loaded such that it does not despawn or you get way ahead of it by taking the thwomps as fast as possible. And you have to do it, otherwise the chase is just much too tight for people to react to. And it took a lot of playtesting and a lot of moving things brick by brick, particularly with these bricks that the thwomp is destroying. I had to tune them pretty much one at a time until we had a nice balance between making this easy to one-shot for first-time players, but also clean and rewarding to people who want to speedrun it. Because it's also designed to feel very smooth to speedrun, that you can just hold right and the thwomps will just match your pace the whole way. Checkpoint room over here. And we'll show you that one up, of course, that's right by the checkpoint 2. Anyway, here's the boss. So, I always thought that this boss was a bit of a dance-off, and we'll show you what I mean in just 1 second. On-off switches, of course, are just here for the boot dispenser. They do pique a lot of curiosity when people see this room for the first time, especially among players who might assume from previous habit that you just run back and forth and hit on-off switches like you do in many other boss fights. There's, of course, no reason to believe that there. That's just something they might expect by convention. But if you hit this one on the left, it spawns boots until you get back into the main arena, at which time the blasters are going to close that off for you. And yeah, you can take all the time you want. It's kind of a vestigial thing because originally the way I designed this, the player did not necessarily have the boot coming in, and they still don't necessarily have the boot coming in, but it is fairly likely. But previously I didn't give away a free boot at the checkpoint, so if you respawn at the checkpoint, you would have to obtain the boot for the first time by dodging the projectiles up here on the left. And so that's why I just let you have as many boots as you can before you jump in here. Whereas if you use the dispenser activation on the right, you only really have time to get one boot before you have to jump back in. So they are kind of asymmetrically balanced, but asymmetrically balanced partly for vestigial reasons from earlier on in the design, and partly just because it's makes a bit more sense, I think, since you can stay safely on the claw for so long, but there's a bit more pressure to get out of the right side. Anyway, the way you do this interaction, of course, is you need to release Roy. Now, I'm a big fan of multi-phase boss fights. This is one of the easiest bosses I've ever made, but it was also the first room in this entire thing I completed. Like, I began with the boss so I wouldn't be too constrained in terms of entity budget if I needed to adapt. And yeah, you can just bounce top of Roy, and that gets him cleanly. We'll come back here and we'll show you some more about the fight later. You can also stomp to just cut right through him with one hit, which is actually something I had initially forgotten when I designed this. But yeah, once you release Roy into the central arena, fairly standard Koopaling fight. The reason I have the saw blades up here is because if you try to stay safe by doing a high bounce on Roy immediately, you are probably going to hit your head. And so I wanted to have at least a little bit of pressure that the player is unlikely to hit, but which does punish strategies that are excessively cheesy, or excessively close to trivial. It's not a hard boss to begin with, and that's because I nerfed it significantly over multiple iterations. I will later on show you a clip of one of the ways it originally looked. Now here on the left side, if you remember what the very start of the level looked like, you would perhaps notice that there is a block. I'm glad that some people have actually managed to find this blindly just by experimenting on their own. And of course, the big finish here has the grinders at the bottom to prevent you from just falling through. If you missed a thwomp, you do get a chance to recover. And then you can take the exit. So, there you go. Okay, let's talk about the cake route. Also, if you want to see speed runs of this level, as I said at the very beginning of this stream, Hylian Dread spent quite a while on this level today, dueling with Meng for the record. My own creator time on this is 1:16 on a fairly sloppy clear check, and the time going into Hylian Dread stream was 1:11, and sometime during that stream, Meng got it down to a minute, and then eventually slightly under a minute, and so there was quite a lot of downward pressure there between those two as they managed to get the time down to under 57 seconds. I'll show you my creator time later. I don't want to show you the preview screen just yet because it does potentially give away a little something about the cake. Thank you for the follow. So let's play it again, and we will do the cake route. And I'll also continue talking about some things in the level, I'm sure, and showing you more things along the way if I forgot them the first time around. So you'll notice, although a lot of people might not, that the indicators in the top right tell you there are 2 pink coins, and as we pass through the level, you'll notice that we did not actually see 2 pink coins, or in fact even a key door associated with 2 pink coins. So where could it be? Well, some people got it immediately. Others took much longer and required varying levels of assistance. Whoops. At any time, of course, you can reset in this room if you fail early on enough. We'll just pretend that I was trying to show you this intentionally. Mice Run Fast saw a coin. Yes, you did. Now, the nice thing about this coin I originally designed it, so this is the coin, right here. Up top in this location. I originally designed it to reward 2 different approaches, and I was worried that it was too blind unfriendly, in that if you see the coin, it might be too late already to do one of the things that I had in mind. So we'll show you with the reset once again, in fact. You hope I can find a cake? Yeah, I hope so too, but we'll show a couple of different methods for that coin, because it's kind of neat. So the first methods that I had in mind, which were around since very, very early iterations of this level, when this room didn't look at all the same, was that you could go over top. Like this, so you bounce off screen. And you can just bounce like that. So that's method number 1. But as you can see, if you are too far along, method number 1 may no longer be available because the pokies don't allow you to bounce. You can theoretically go back and reset the room if you somehow miss or take damage and manage to make it back. So it is theoretically resettable, but I was still kind of concerned that the coin is something that you noticed when it's already impossible. Method number 2 is this. Rather than killing the pokey all the way down, as many people do, you can... Whoops, I didn't mean to jump out of the boot, but you can get the boot on top of the blue platform and go up that way. We'll try to execute that cleanly to show you that successfully, even though it should be fairly clear what I mean. So yeah, jumping directly to the POW in this room rather than going down below is perfectly fine. You can also smuggle the POW if you are careful. It's harder than it used to be because I did have to remove one of the thwomps in this platform down below, and it's shorter than it was previously, but it is possible to soft drop the POW in such a way that allows you to keep a POW alive and land on a boot and take the POW through. I was very careful to make sure that didn't break anything, although for a time I did consider that as a potential option for a secret. I thought it was maybe a little too challenging to turn into an official secret. You tried both methods and the first one was easier. Yeah, because the second one is a bit momentum dependent. And it also requires you not to kill too much of the pokey, which depends partly on how close you are standing. So here you go. You can fall down to the 30 coin. And then you can get out of there. Third method is this. I'll try to show you. So a lot of people who have noticed the coin and bypassed it start thinking about jumping on the fish. And this is much harder. It was not really part of my original intended design, but I'm glad it exists and that a lot of people have been able to do it, because it means that you can at least react to the coin after you have seen it on a blind run. It's quite hard to do, though, and I think that people who tried the fish method, going up from the right side as their first option, sometimes had a bit of tunnel vision where they didn't consider the other options. And the other options are much, much easier to execute. Like, what I generally found was that the people I watched try the fish method to get up to the coin had a lot more frustration and were much likelier to dislike the cake. And, or dislike the way to get the cake, rather. I know that Jake Murren, who has been recording everything on YouTube, as with 4YMM last year, commented on that in the YouTube descriptions, because Jake Murren does write about every level as he plays them, which I recommend seeing. And yeah, Composer totally rage quit on this cake earlier today, in fact, because he was trying the fish method going up from the right side, which I'll try to execute. And he was able to do it, of course, but he didn't have a good time doing it. Because you would have to bounce off of the fish high enough while maintaining a stable position on top of the platforms that you can get up to some of those upper grinders with a little room to spare. So now there is kind of a fourth meta as well that is also not really by design but possible, and which I discovered in some later versions. I'm so accustomed to taking the speed route at this point. The nice thing about doing the method from the left is that it was very much my intention to have this coin show people a speedrunning option, and I'm glad to report that it actually did that. That's part of how Hylian Dread developed the current world record route earlier today, and how I'm sure Mang found it as well, was by noticing that the pink coin shows you that going over top is part of the intended design. But yeah, you have to be really good with the fish in order to do it. I think you might even have to go off the first blade first. Like, there is a particular pattern to it. It is possible to go directly left. It is also possible to get up to the right side and then bounce left afterwards. I'm not going to try it too many times because I, frankly, am not good at this method either. And I recommend the other method instead if you know what you're doing. So, whoops, let's reset the boot. Okay, down here. So, naturally, some people try to enter these pipes through damage boosting. I wouldn't do that to you. But of course, if you don't know me as a maker, you wouldn't necessarily know that I wouldn't do that to you. Now, as far as the thwomp gaps go, because they are becoming an issue, like I said, that was the hardest thing to design this level to mitigate. And the reason it happens, well, it depends on the intersection of a couple of different rules governing the way thwomps and objects and clouds behave, and also how to interact with lava. And it will be clearer when I show you into Maker mode. But basically, if you go like right to left and you scroll the camera, notice how thwomps, when they're moving normally here, are subject to the drag of the lava slowing them down. That even though the objects are in clouds and that their position is bound to the camera, their movement speed is still affected by the drag that you get when you send objects through fluids. The issue is that when you scroll the camera, as you can see, depending on whether the thwomp is already moving left or already moving right, it can be tugged really quickly in a way that doesn't obey the drag. And so because some thwomps are moving left and some thwomps are moving right when you scroll the camera, they're going to react to the tug of the camera a little bit differently in terms of whether they are going to continue obeying the slowing motion. And so it's also because the like when you have a screen totally scroll locked like this, the thwomps, which are placed in clouds, as you've probably figured out very early by yourselves, they are constrained to the central 10 columns the way that cloud objects usually are. But when you give the player some freedom with the camera, of course, they kind of snap to a new set of boundaries. But I thought it was really important to have a free camera in this. I did consider trying to do this as an auto-scroll, but as I'll show you later, doing this section as an auto-scroll does not make it any more reliable and actually makes it harder to read. And it was very important to me that one of the central concepts in this level was to give the player a lot of freedom to move the thwomps. It's just that I needed to get them out of this room quickly enough that the gaps would not become an issue. So yeah, as you can see, can't quite execute that myself. Luca, you like the wave that the thwomps make in the lava? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I insisted on doing this in the SMB3 theme rather than SMB1. SMB1 does not have this effect. And that's also why I like the thwomps at this lowest level here, where it really is like you're just stepping in fire the whole time. What you'll notice when you go to the boss room at the very end is that the thwomps are actually one block up above the current height that you see here. And that was actually a compromise that I had to make during playtesting. I far preferred this effect, but the issue is that when you take damage, I can't really take damage here, but let's see if we can take damage safely somewhere else where I can demonstrate this. Can I? No. Yeah, the issue is that when you take damage and are just out here as Mario by himself, it's actually really difficult to see your position on top of the thwomps because you're completely covered by the splashing fire. And so what I found was that people who were doing the boss fight and who got hit by the boss and who would be trying to run off to the switches on either side, they would actually just spill right off the thwomps because they couldn't see how far Mario was on top of this. And so I'll show you that later with the boss fight when we get back to it, instead of just describing it. But yeah, I love the effect of the thwomps being on the lowest level. That's really one of the things that motivated building this level in this theme. So there's one more method I'll tell you about, which is definitely not really intended. You can kill the thwomp, and then you can actually respawn the blue platform if you go far enough. So let's say we go back here, we play dangerously, create all kinds of thwomp gaps. You can create this, and then you can come up this way. It's difficult, but doable. It is definitely not intended. But I actually did manage to do it in testing, and I like that a fourth method exists, even though it is not likely to be attempted cleanly by anybody. Like, people are already giving themselves enough of a hard time when it comes to trying to do the fish method from the right side. Can you use the POW drop to get the coin? No. If you're talking about soft dropping the POW somewhere, the only place to soft drop it onto is the thwomps. Or possibly on the edge of this pipe here, which would give you one additional tile. But other than that, there's nowhere you can place the POW to help you. Otherwise, of course, spending the POW doesn't affect pink coins, because pink coins are one of the items in this game that are just treated as totally floating objects that can't be repositioned. And just don't collide with anything whatsoever. Anyway, enough of this room. I wanted to show you Cake. Let's do Cake. It's a very simple interaction. It's not going through any of these pipes with a damage boost. All you need to do is take the fish and get the boot to the next room. So, there was a very sharp division between people who understood the Cake instantly and people who took like upwards of half an hour to find it. The people who understood the Cake instantly were the same ones who thought, I wonder if I can take the boot to the checkpoint room, and it would stick around long enough to jump on a fish and try it. Rather than being impatient about it and just trying to jump up here out of safety. Now, it was very important for me to make sure that people could just panic and get up here quickly, because the faster they get out of this room, the easier it is for them to avoid the thwomp gap problem. But yeah, a lot of people would see the fish coming, and worse yet, if they used the fish to grab the coin, they would assume that the fish had already expended their relevance, and they wouldn't think about the cheap sheeps being used for anything else. However, people who were curious about bringing the boot forward would just proactively come over here and notice this. Now, this is frankly a really boring checkpoint room because I had no entities left to build anything in it. Like, absolutely nothing. I had no space to put anything other than just platforms and a flag. But that turned out to be useful, because people hunting for the Cake would just breeze right through this room without noticing anything, because it just looks like this boring checkpoint room. You grab the checkpoint, you leave. They might notice this pipe. This pipe, I thought, would make it relatively clear that at this point you should be thinking about whether you're going to be getting the Cake, because there's a strong implication it's obtainable before checkpoint 1. What I didn't count on was specifically Major's level from last week, Clown Yeet. Because, and I totally blame Major for this in a friendly and affectionate way. Major's level did this thing where you would have the door spitting you out of the Cake route, preceding the checkpoint and preceding the whole sequence that leads you to the entrance. So the cake actually took you backwards in the level and before a previous checkpoint that you had obtained. And that was one of the things that made it difficult to find for me. But I think it's one of those things that recalibrated people's expectations completely going into this, where they would see something like this and they would say, okay, we can't assume anything. We might have to do the whole level before we can find the cake, and it will just spit us back here. And so they would just go through the store and they would continue searching the whole way through, right? And so yeah, I totally blame Major's level. Even though it was a great level, I actually really enjoyed Clown Yeet as well as the cake path in it. Anyway, as far as cake goes, the thing you can do if you bring the boot in the room with you is, of course, stomp on blocks. You'll also notice, if you are a puzzle player, that you would always be looking for scroll breaks, and that this is the only room in the level where the walls are breakable, which should tell you something. It should tell you to try this. Now here's a moment of tension. If you watched LuniRem's video of this level on YouTube, this was actually captioned with something that said like, ooh, that was close, or something like that. Jumping out of the boot. And of course, this just takes you back out up top if you grab the 6Y in the 6YMM. The cake is on another level? No, the cake is in this level. It's in the same level, for sure. But yes, Lantis, I know what you mean. Anyway, here's the thwomp. There are two secrets in this room, if you explore. There's a one up over here, which does bounce around safely on the right side. And there's a pig noise down here. I'm really impressed that a lot of people have actually checked the pig, and that some of them have even spotted accurately that that was a note block. Here's the cake. We're going to time out in a moment, so I'll just show you quickly that if you enter, there's a yay. You know what? I'm going to time out, so we'll show you everything. We'll show you the one-up, we'll show you the coins, we'll show you the awe as we time out. The idea being that, you know, you celebrate when you finally find the cake, you say awe when you finally have to leave the cake. Now you'll notice that there's also this one block that's exposed at the bottom where the vine is. And that some people who think they're fancy precision players have tried jumping down there in case there's something trolly going on with like a half-tile blaster or something that allows you to survive and walk across and hit this block from the bottom. Some people have actually suspected that, and they jump in, they take to death. The reason I left that open is because when you hit the bomb, it actually does not destroy that bottommost block. It destroys the block to the left, but not the block to the right. This is also why I have the 6YMM and all of this stuff with the entrance facing left, rather than facing right. Because if you put a bomb in this block and you hit this block, the bomb destroys the left column, but it leaves one tile in the right column, I think. No, actually, I'm partly inaccurate because it still leaves a tile on the left column, I think. Over here as well. In both cases, I think it doesn't destroy them completely, but... Yeah, because when I hit this earlier, you do have the last ground block to land on once you climb the vines, I think. Let me actually show you, instead of just guessing, because... No, there's something weird and asymmetrical about the bomb, and I need to confirm that I'm speaking about it correctly, because I'm pretty sure that it always destroys more of the left side than it does the right side. So we'll just do this again. Show you. But yeah, in my experience, people who understand puzzles and understand things like scroll breaks get the cake very quickly. The people who feel like taking the boot through with them just for style are the ones who get it quickest of all. Like, a lot of people would just play this level, say, oh, where's the cake? Come back and just get it first try. Panga did that right before I started this stream today, in fact. Just found the cake instantly. But anyway, we'll show you a bit more of the cake when I go back through, so I could just give you a fuller tour. Yeah, we showed you the thwomp. This is, of course, the title screen thwomp. I'm not particularly good at pixel art, but I liked how you could use the semi-solids here to fill in the thwomp in a way that looked fairly stylish and almost three-dimensional, instead of having to map this out block by block. Like, I like how you could use some of the more fluid elements, like the slopes and the semi-solids, to create the same effect when zoomed out. Because just trying to copy a thwomp sprite did not work out for me. So yeah, the candles, of course, show off the central concept of the level. The one-way panels are here to prevent death, because if you do not have the one-way panels, it is in fact possible to get stuck, and that would not be good. Because, yeah, these were originally on the top level, so I could have coins bounce and spawn other coins and so on, but the issue is that you would just get in between the note blocks and you would get trapped, and then you would get killed by blasters coming in and crushing you. We're not going to take to death. You might be wondering about this one column that's protruding, which has one-ups, and of course you can slowly dine on the crust as well if you really wish. This, I thought, was a column that would match this effect over here, this kind of three-dimensional projection. But there's a mechanical motivation for it as well, which is that, as we know, the cloud patterns always cover the central 10 squares. When you have a scroll lock on either side, that constrains the room to one single non-scrollable room. The problem is that semi-solids, or rather the mushroom platforms, the mushroom platforms can only go 9 wide. And so I tried a couple of different adjustments, and I just eventually decided to go with this overlap 1 and 9. And because this overlap would then give me this little matching of the 3D effect over here. And then after that I just put into 1-up because that just completes the effect. But that's the reason for it, is because like this only goes 9 tiles, the clouds must always go 10 tiles, and I have no flexibility with them whatsoever. Anyway, we're going to get out and leave the cake once again. We may as well try to finish out this level, even though we don't have a great deal of time remaining. And then we'll take you into the editor to show you some other things. So yeah, here's the chase. If you just hold right on the chase, you'll notice that this is actually something very clean. You can, in fact, grab the 50 coin if you decide to stop there and make time for it. That was not how to do it, but I wasn't clear on whether I had shown off the 50 coin earlier, so... Yeah, Luca, I'm glad you liked the perspective trick. Like I said, it was a bit of a hacky mechanical solution, but I'm glad it looks nice. Because usually asymmetry does bother me. So yeah, this room you can outpace the thwomp by a lot, but... Yeah, this interaction here where you're trying to stomp as desperately as you can while this thwomp is also coming through. I was kind of thinking of The Shining. In fact, you know, with Jack Nicholson breaking down the door with the axe. But that was the kind of interaction I had in mind for the end of this segment, was that I wanted a bit of desperation there, where even if you get ahead with the thwomp, like, it's breaking through one thing while you're breaking through another thing, and you're trying to just do it as fast as possible to get out first. There's another big aesthetic inspiration for this level that I haven't talked about much, and it's that when I was building this level in the very early stages, I was playing a ton of the Hitman game from 2016. So Hitman has a whole level that is set in this luxury hotel in Bangkok, where it's this hotel that's on the riverbank. And like many Hitman levels, it, you know, has this whole service layer that you can crawl through, and you can stealth your way around it as one of the people working at the hotel, but then it also has this whole rock band recording studio that is built into it, so the whole game kind of has these layers to the level design, where environments are like environments built upon other spaces, where you have things like event spaces built on top of museums, which are built on top of historical buildings, and things like that. And it was actually kind of part of the concept I had in mind for how I wanted the sort of hotel thing to feel. I'll show you one more thing about the boss fight, which is that... well, we'll show you a couple of things, and we'll go into the editor and show you some more, but... So yeah, we'll release Roy here. Like I said, I really do love multi-phase boss fights, and so we got Roy over to the second phase. A couple of things that are important about this room. First of all, the blasters here specifically prevent Roy from dropping close enough to land in the claw. Because if Roy lands in a claw, he becomes really difficult to reach. One of the reasons is that if Roy is trapped on a claw, you actually can't get him back out. Because if you jump on him and he takes damage, he lands and then bounces immediately back up to the claw. And so I had to prevent that, and that's what this final layout is for. That's what the trampolines down here were initially for and are still kind of for. It's not just completing the trampoline that you need for the boot dispenser, which is the one on the right, but also to prevent Roy from landing in that location because he doesn't detect that as valid. He does, however, detect the claw as valid. So Roy's behavior is that there are certain elements and surfaces in this game that Roy considers valid drop locations before he scouts it out and plummets. And there are certain kinds of ceiling tiles that he can use. So he can't use the bottom of the blasters, but he can use the bottom of something like the on-off block. So that's why I have this under the on-off block. And this is why I also have a totally open column on the left side. He does not drop down towards the donut block, because that doesn't give him enough space to do this, I think. But, yeah, no, he just doesn't do donuts, I think, if I recall, but I may be wrong on that score. But anyway, if you notice the two POWs bouncing on top of Roy's head, the two POWs bouncing on top of Roy's head are what force him to do the phase change. You can't really do it with trampolines because they just bounce him everywhere. You can't really do it with anything else, I think. At least nothing easy to set up. But yeah, you see, you can always get a bonus hit on Roy while he's on the right side, and then if you do that, then he only takes 2 hits from a regular jump. But the POW lands in such a way that Roy is unable to drop down towards the right side, partly because there's also no ceiling that he can use that's valid on screen. And so the whole POW stacking thing is just a way of forcing him out. We'll finish the fight, of course. I'm dying a lot because I'm also talking about this at the same time and trying to show you things. So yeah, like I said, you can cut through Roy cleanly, but like I was saying, the concept of this level was that I really wanted it to be a dance-off. There is an extremely unlikely scenario, or at least there was an extremely unlikely scenario in some earlier versions, where if Roy drops off this corner on the left, if he has absolutely perfect drop timing, he actually can drop beside the thwomps and die instantly. I have never been able to reproduce this with any reliability or accuracy, and I don't think, given the current layout, that it actually triggers. But for a while I was figuring out how many thwomps to place and how difficult to make this fight in terms of the length of the platform, that was one of the concerns. If this is really any shorter at all, like this thwomp pattern here, then you have too much of a gap on either side that thwomp is unavailable on the bottom, and Roy just cuts right through and dies. Anyway, we can also cut through Roy cleanly like a cake. Now, you'll notice that sometimes in this fight, Roy does do this RNG thing where he tries to peek 3 times before dropping. I believe that is exclusive to winged Roy. I don't think it happens if Roy doesn't have wings. But other than that, yeah, I just wanted to make this a bit of a dance-off where it's not particularly hard to hit him, but you do need to kind of shuffle around him a little bit while everything's moving. And of course, while Roy is on top of the thwomps, he's unable to disappear and respawn anywhere else, so it just kind of keeps him down here. and the fight is all about the movement. Now you'll notice that in both the boss room and this room here, when you spawn in... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that, but we'll get back there. And yes, Luca, it is specifically Winged Roy. As I was just saying. I'm glad you confirmed that. Now you'll notice that this room always starts in off, even though we just respawned from checkpoint. And that's also true of the next room. I'll show you more about that in the editor when we get there. Let's try to do this fight first. And again, like I was saying about Grikowski's level earlier, as well as Kavik's level in week 1, it's purely a semantic thing. I feel like the switch should be on when the boot dispenser is on, and it should be off when the boot dispenser is off. And so yeah, this one resets to off as well, unless you have the frame-perfect timing entering the door that allows the activation of the on-off switch to not be processed until you're through the door on the other side. That's an edge case. That's always something you kind of have to accommodate or debug around if you are using on-off switches very close to doors. And it's actually something that I knew because it's a secret in one of Donkey Mint's levels, that he has a really difficult to execute secret that's hidden behind that. When I walk through the editor, I might talk about that some more, so it's a bit clearer what I mean. But it is possible to come through here without triggering the switch state and by leaving it on, and that was part of Hylian Dread's speed method at the very end. But for most purposes, the switch is always reset. We'll take that, and that's it. Let's go to the editor next. After we look at some of the comments, I think. Unless we want to save that for the end. Yeah, let's save that for the end, in fact. We'll do editor first and then comments afterwards. But first I'll give you a quick look at the more info screen. Particularly because now I'm on Pro Controller, I can zoom in and show you some things. And you'll see these things in the editor as well when we go through it. So, world record time is 56 seconds. My clear check time was 1:16. And so you can see that it was considerably squeezed. Thank you for the GGs. I worked hard for that one. Not like I had a lot of practice. So yeah, a couple of things you can see on the world record screen. First of all, congratulations, Meng, on the first clear. Congratulations to the people who played one versus match on this thing. I don't envy them, and I'm sure they booed this, which is why there's only one versus match. So, when some people were struggling with the cake hunt, they would of course try to go through this. I know Shoujo did, Hylian Dread definitely did, like he was trying to analyze this. Shoujo was trying to hunt for the cake this way as well, just to verify it exists. And you can see it does in fact exist, and you see 2 yellow pipes, which is why people start trying the damage boosting method through the pipes by the thwomp that are in the scrolling room. The logo. Yeah, so I'm glad Lecter is here for this so I can talk about this. I'll show you this in the editor. The pixel art here for 5YMM was cribbed directly from the preview video. And so when my level was scheduled into 6YMM, I thought to myself, maybe Lecter might just have a pixel art thing handy for the 6 as well, but that sounds like it would be a lot of work, and he's doing so much with the trailers already. It would be funnier to just have this, which was formerly a temporary solution, just be the permanent solution and just put a +1 there as a tribute to the 5 to 6 transition. Even if, first of all, with Lantis's encoding system, it just makes this 5YMN. 5 years of mathematical numerals. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how comprehensible this will be in the long run, but I kind of like the final result as a bit of a nod to what the 5 to 6 transition was like this year. But as you can see, so a lot of people, not a lot of people, but definitely Shoujo, when I saw that stream yesterday, was scanning around here and looking for clues and saying, where's the cake, where's the cake? Because at that point, Players like her and like Hylian Dread would have seen the obviously visible pink coin. They know that they're looking for a single pink coin and potentially a key door. They know they're looking for some yellow pipe to go to the cake. And it would scan around this whole thing and zoom in the whole time, and it would take them ages to notice this. Because you know, if you look at this, that the second pink coin is a safety. So if you really wanted to scan more info for the cake route, you can do that, but people have tons of tunnel vision for this. In the same way that they have tons of tunnel vision for the checkpoint room, and that's really what the difficulty of the cake is coming from, because, like I said, it is already developing a reputation for being the really obscure one in this week's set, and it's not a mechanics check at all, unless, of course, you try to do the fish method. It's just very much a tunnel vision check in two of the worst ways, it seems. And yeah, Marvin Beachmouse, I agree with that. That's why I just went with it. As Lecter said, when you made that video, you took the logo and compressed it down to Mario Maker tile resolution in Photoshop. Great method to do it. Lecter, of course, has been doing some really interesting compression down to that pixel level, like with the GG emote that we have on this stream. As a reference, yeah, to clean up later, of course. It's not really a new GG emote at this point. We've had it for a couple months now, I think, but Lecter also designed a GG emote, and it was quite a task to get it down to the Twitch acceptable GG resolutions. And so no surprise here that we'd see some excellent pixel art as well, for which Lecter deserves full credit apart from the +1. Let's take you to the editor and we can take a closer look at some of that. And yeah, I have to not forget to come back and look at the comments afterwards. So remind me if it looks like I'm bailing on it. But for now, we'll go to Corespond. And out of an abundance of caution, I created a backup copy for the sake of the backstage tour. And this is the same version that we see here. The clear check, or rather the save times, not the clear checks, were just apart by 3 minutes. So literally the same thing. And we will just take you into the maker mode. And I haven't had a reason to play with the World Maker Mang, so eventually we'll do it. Eventually. But I need to build some more levels first. Okay, so I have a little bit of stick drift, by the way, even on my Pro Controller, so if you see a bit of movement and zooming in and adjustment here and there, that's why. One of the things that is key to this level is that we do have the custom scroll acting purely as the vertical camera lock. So that's the first thing I want to point out. This part is clean, Lecter. That's because I made an extra row of space in my core spot to hide the mess down below. It is an absolute mess of prototypes, unfinished concepts, etc. below the line where you can see, as well as different versions of levels that I was editing as I went along for playtesting, because I kept like every build of this level that I actually bothered publicizing the testers. So as you can see, custom scroll, like I said, is only here to lock the position in the main world. But that's why in the main world, every room in the main world is locked to one screen wide to prevent scrolling. Anyway, here's this spectacular pixel art +1. But yeah, these are the rooms that are in the main world. Here's the checkpoint 2. Here's the cake. Here's the filler with the hotel sign, which I'm glad I managed to cram in at the end. Here's the boss with Roy and the POW, as you can see, dropping in from the ceiling in that initial location. No reason why, that's just to get him to drop in a very stylish manner. You can also see the on-off switch. That is the secondary on-off switch that is activated by the reset when you use the boot dispenser. And here's the final room. The final room, you'll notice, actually scrolls you a little higher in the initial position. And that's because, yeah, they're are a few limits to what you can do in terms of custom scroll when your entry location is to the right of the destination. And that's why. You can't actually adjust the height very much in terms of accommodating a goal. And I can show you that again later on if you want to see, but basically when you start from the beginning, your lava level looks like this. So notice how low the lava is on the bottom, where you've got tons of space to play with. And you've got this open chandelier up top, which might run fast, looks like a pair of legs. But yeah, I used a custom scroll to hide this much space. Now this is important because when I take you to Subworld, you'll notice that the subworld is built completely differently because of the fact that subworlds do not have custom scroll. And that was a really difficult thing to accommodate, but one of the consequences is that I don't use big thwomps at all in the subworld, and I would have very much liked to do so because one of the things you have to know about putting things in clouds is that these take up 2 slots in your entity limit for parts. One for the cloud, one for the object inside. Which means that every thwomp that I set up in this level takes up 2 entities, and therefore, if I want to use large thwomps, they're much more space efficient. Also, they reduce the risk of creating things like gaps. Now, the boot dispenser, you can see fairly standard. This first boot here, of course, is just giving you the first one so you can get it quickly without waiting for the blue pipe. But as you can see, fairly simple. Blue pipe spits the boot, bounces up off the note block, gets projected forward. And yeah, you can see it a bit more cleanly over here in this location. That's all there is to it, because the Goomba just dies instantly when it gets dunked. And of course, as you would expect, it is the same for poison as well. The 10 coin is of course just placed up here. That means that if you're here with the boot, you can actually grab the 10 coin off screen if you know where it is and what you're doing. But most players would just never even imagine it's there when they're seeing it for the first time. They wouldn't bother trying it. And so it still works fairly well as a bit of a surprise, dropping in. We'll go in sequence, so I'm not going to show you the other stuff yet. Well, I won't show you the boss room and the finale yet until we get there. We'll go in sequence and we'll show you the subworld. And we'll eventually wrap around back here. Marvin Beachmouse, are there other 5 or 6 YMM makers that went into editor detail with their level? Yes. So Paxman, who made Mario Regrets Taco Bell back in week 2, actually just did a walkthrough on his stream this week. The VOD should still be available. You should still be able to find it because Paxman was playing all of week 2 specifically to kind of create a stream to do the behind-the-scenes tour of that. Rakowski earlier today did a walkthrough of the 6YMM POW chaining puzzle that we saw earlier. I don't know if Rakowski did one for Cosmic Compass. I don't think he did, but I don't really remember. He might have, actually, in week 1, but I was staying unspoiled for Cosmic Compass, so if he did, I didn't catch that, and I don't know if the video is still available, because unless he saved it, it may have expired by now. But Krakowski definitely just did one that I plan to go back to after I'm done streaming, in fact, because I want to see it. And I recommend looking at Paxman's as well. I don't know if anybody else has. The Korean streamers might have done so in Korean, but I have absolutely no idea. But if you want other documentary content like this, about behind-the-scenes look at the levels, that's who I know has done one so far. Anyway, let's take you into the subworld and look at a few things. So in the subworld, as I said, there is no custom scroll. And you think Churasu did. Yeah. I was thinking since Churasu is the biggest Korean streamer among the makers, that was something fairly likely. So anyway, you come through this pipe. As you can see, in the subworld, we have no custom scroll, which is extremely limiting and meant that I needed to build at half tile height in order to keep the camera constrained. It also meant I didn't have as much space to work with. One of the things I enjoyed about the early rooms, to go back to this, was that by having everything placed with a camera like this, where you have a really low lava level but a really high ceiling, you actually have enough room to play with the boot. You actually have enough room to just cover the whole screen vertically without ever pulling the camera. And it was really important to me in this level that you never ever pull the camera vertically. And I went to great lengths to make that something that is true for 100% of the level. You never move the camera vertically. And the reason is that you need to see your feet. Especially with the thwomps moving around in this segment and with the segment where you are permitted to scroll them, you always have to see your feet so you know what to target for your landing. When you build in the subworld, this becomes actually fairly constricting, because it means you can only use the half-tile space. Otherwise, you do start running into camera scrolling issues when you go up above a certain line. You can, of course, try to scroll stop all the way through as well, but that pretty much functionally does the same thing. And in fact, we do that with the chase room. Because the chase room, for a couple of reasons, I cannot let the player go high. Mostly because I cannot let the player overshoot the left side. But of course, throughout the whole level, it remains true that we constrain everything with a half-tile. Now, there is a potential pitfall with the half-tile if you are checking for... with the half-screen build, rather, if you're checking for SD locks. Especially with the boot. So you'll notice that this whole segment, I build it so that if you do not have the boot, there is nowhere safe you can land. Theoretically, if you are a precision player, you might be able to step here safely. But I don't care about precision players, so we're going to pretend that doesn't happen. And I don't even know if it happens in SMB3. I think it might. But that's playtesting I'm not going to bother to account for. So, the issue with building with the half-tile is whenever you have a wall is always going to give you a safe location to land on up top, even if it is going to be a horizontal scroll stop. Which meant that if I built this segment anywhere except on the right side of the level, at the very end, let's say you had a wall down this column, you would be able to SD lock yourself if you managed to get out of the boot and land on a column, because there would be nowhere safe to go afterwards. And there were a couple of ways to address that. You can make, of course, the ending over here, but you would still be constricted by the height that we're dealing with. But let me just show you if I can. Yeah, no, I need to start with the... I need to start from scratch, actually. That's easiest, because I have munchers blocking everything, and so trying to get you the camera position that actually shows up when you play this does require me to play a bit of the level first, but thankfully not much. So let's say we... Oh, you know what? I could have just started in this room and reset through the pipe. That's how I tested much of this, in fact. I would just start here. I'll just show you. You know how it works. Start here, come in, reset through the pipe. And that gives you an awe, as we saw earlier. So, here's the thing I'm talking about, that if you do this, you can pretty much always do this whenever you build up to the half-screen height to use what I call the implicit vertical scroll lock. So I don't mind if the player does this at the beginning of this section, because they can always reset. But if the wall is ever on the right side, that is an SD lock waiting to happen. And when I was designing this ending was literally the hardest thing to design in the level. Because initially this section was actually a lot longer, until I started tuning to prevent some of the thwomp gaps from happening, which just meant that I had to cut this shorter and shorter. So initially this was about 5 screens long, and I think I knocked it down to 3. 5 or 6 screens long. I'll show you a clip of that later, in fact, because I did manage to get a clip of the earlier drafts of the level. But I ended up designing this tower here, and I actually ended up relocating this entire section to the right side of the level, which was not initially where I built it, specifically so I could have an open but locked segment here at the very end of the level, because I just could not have any kind of wall to land on, or you would have to do spectacular things like, you know, trying to create unlandable locations for a while to come. Because the issue is that if you are like me and you have a thing against using the one-tile spike blocks in visible spaces, the boot kind of safely goes everywhere. Like, it just lands on absolutely everything, right? Like, and it's very difficult when you're making a level that involves the boot to not create SD locks or places that you can just travel safely. The reason, for instance, why I have this spacing done the way I do is because if you're stopping here with the boot, the muncher isn't reachable. This height here is extremely specific and cannot really be done any other way. If the door is 1 tile lower, and if the platform is 1 tile lower, then you can actually build enough momentum off the thwomps to jump up here directly, even if you are out of the boot. If this is any higher, well, I can't move the blades any higher, because if they are up by 1 tile, they break the implicit vertical scroll lock. And at the same time, I need enough headroom here for Mario to actually stand here without taking damage. So you see there are one-way panels under the blades. That's because, and with these jump blocks here as well, that's because even if you have a one-way panel or a block or something that is in the center column of the grinder takes priority and you can actually take damage and take a hit and die. And I really didn't want that, especially because people would be doing things like jumping off the fish or jumping out of the boot and hitting their head on the ceiling coming into this location. I absolutely could not let them touch these. Now, other designers would just put a spike block here and be done with it. But we don't do that around here. So I had to do things the hard way, and that meant that this row over here is the only possible row for the door. This spacing is also highly specific, because I wanted to make sure that if the player is taking the top path, like the speed path with the boot, I needed to make sure that they are able to safely land on this side without just ramming into this blade horizontally. And I'll show you this segment again to show you what I mean. And of course you also have to accommodate the fish, which miraculously also meant that the fish could get you up to the coin. So let's say you take the top all the way over and you just hold right. That was not a good demonstration of that, because that was precisely what I just said I was preventing, but that's because my position manipulated a bit. Anyway, in most cases, when you're bouncing off this, you actually do bounce off this saw blade as well. I actually just let up slightly going left or right. Let's see if we can show that to you properly. And if I don't show it to you properly, we'll just embarrass the level further. And Luca mentioning that about the roller coaster, yeah. That's actually pretty interesting. So yeah, as you can see here, you can bounce safely. You don't want to go on the right side because you can't really fall safely from there. But that's why we have that. The other thing is the fish timing. The fish timing off of this pipe. So this pipe, you know, obviously the length was flexible. You could also have these 2 blades move over 1 spot and the pipe be shortened by 1 if you really wanted to adjust. But I needed the fish to be spaced exactly where I needed for this jump to be comfortable. And there's one final consideration with the placement of this column that took me a long time to tune. And I'll show that to you once more as I play through this. Because you'll notice that on the final screen, when you reach the tower is actually a little bit off-center to the right. That's very, very important. Let's take the lower route this time just to demonstrate it, and to give the thwomps a little room to move. And because I do want to move them back and forth a bit and risk creating some gaps. Now notice that when we're here, and we scroll all the way to the right, and we're preparing to go up here, that's not what I wanted to show. But notice that the camera was not scrolling. Yeah, I guess, Luca, you're talking about the tile priority on the boos, right? Like if you're jumping up towards the roller coaster. It's a tile priority thing as far as I understand it. So let's say you're planning to jump on top of the fish. It's really important, actually, that you don't do too much camera scrolling. Because the more camera scrolling you do, the more thwomp gaps you introduce. If you stay here, yeah, you do need to watch your feet for the moment when the thwomps do pull over to the left, as we died to just a moment ago. But at least the thwomps remain fairly consistently spaced. And that doesn't happen unless you're far enough to the right of the center line that preparing this jump does not pull the camera back and forth. If you put this tower somewhere, say, dead center on the final screen, you run into huge problems. And sometimes the fish spacing isn't quite great as well. There's one final consideration I want to talk about that's going to become more obvious as I show you more of the subworld, which is that I really wanted all the windows in this level to look nice. So, for example, you have the arrow here that's just kind of tucked directly between these two windows. You have some other nice overlaps, like, you know, the spacing between the pipe and the platform here, that just kind of worked out very conveniently. So I had a whole bunch of constraints here, where, like, vertically speaking, I had to deal with where I could place the door. It really can't be any higher, it can't be any lower. Horizontally speaking, I was working around both the windows and the fish and the camera scroll with the thwomps. And so the end result I came up with was this tower. At this point, in fact, I will show you how it looked originally. Because I do have a clip of it here. I went back to one of my older versions and took this today. Let's see if I can find it. It's this one, I think. So this was one of the earliest... no, that's the auto-scroll demonstration. We'll do that too, actually. So this is the reason I don't do auto-scroll in this level. I did test it. And let's show you the thwomp level as well. We'll in fact restart this and hide the bottom bar. So auto-scroll you might think is totally consistent. It really isn't, because the player positioning is still going to affect the thwomps. And so what happens is that it's really fast, but it actually breaks in some ways even more severely and even more unpredictably. And I tried a couple of designs with this to use auto-scroll, and I realized at the end that it just wasn't what the level needed and wasn't as fun in terms of what I wanted to do with it. It would have been nice, though, because, I mean, in the main world, if you're using custom scroll... oh, wait, no, I wanted to show you the other thing. In the main world, if you're using custom scroll, obviously it gives you a lot more flexibility to work with in terms of the height, since you have more additional tiles to put things in the lava. Whereas in the subworld currently, in this current version, I'm only really able to use small thwomps in those bottom tiles right there. That's the only lava level and the only thwomp level that works. Anyway, here's a couple of versions ago. Totally different ending, as you can see. Much longer ending where you can bounce on top of the pokey, hit the P-switch, drop the muncher, and then watch this. The muncher holds the key to what was originally the cake route that was pointing towards the right side, or what at that point I thought was 5YMM. And I'll just let you watch that one more time. Some other changes you can see as well, lots more spacing. I had a lot more room for left or right movement because I thought I really wanted to get as much mileage out of the thwomps as possible. But there are a couple of issues with this design that you can see. Now, first of all, once you get to Divine, it is possible to lose the boot and survive all the way to the door. And I'll just let this loop around while I talk about it. And letting the player do that with Divine and just losing the boot deliberately was, I thought, okay, because it just means that you don't get access to the boot for the cake. But it did feel like cheese to the people who tried it that way. The second issue is this, that if you grab a complete key off the Muncher at this point and you do not find the 5YMM room, you just get a straight up boss skip at the very end. Because you have the key and you just skip Roy entirely and go for the door. Now, one thing you'll notice is that in the current version, a boss skip actually is still possible. Because you can grab the first coin, you can come down here, you can grab the key coin off 6YMM, you can pop out the top of the checkpoint room, ignore the cake, continue with the level, and skip over to Roy. However, because of the length of the interaction, in terms of waiting for the boot to give you access, as well as doing the whole climb from right to left here, I think it wastes enough time that this will not be the speed record method, and it's actually faster to deal with Roy even with the possibility of RNG on the Roy fight. That the boss skip just isn't worth it, given that a fast player knows how to kill Roy in a couple seconds. But yeah, the other thing is that psychologically, when people see this coin for the first time, they're not going to say, aha, boss skip. When they see this for the first time, they are going to try to go for the key door right away, just out of curiosity and out of the satisfaction of finally being able to reach the cake. And as you can see, like, missing the stomp interaction is a huge risk. It's actually the main thing that people are missing when they're trying to do the cake in this level, that it's easy enough to see the coin in the first segment. It's really easy to just not even think about doing this, in spite of the fact that this is the only scroll break I give you in the whole level, apart from the symmetrical side over here. Anyway, to go back to this room. So yeah, originally the reason that I wanted to make this segment much longer was that with the thwomps, since they take up 2 entities apiece, I wanted to get as much mileage out of them as I could, because you just don't have the entity budget to build more rooms with this many thwomps. And the more thwomps you have, the more reliable you can get the level to be in terms of the thwomp platforms not breaking on you. You want as many thwomps as possible. You want also this initial symmetrical entrance where, despite the gap that allows the boot to come through, I have, I think, roughly 11 thwomps coming in from the left and 11 thwomps coming in from the right. I don't know if that number is actually accurate to this craft, but I think it is correct. And I'm not going to check. But it does mean that you have this incredibly expensive setup, which in total, if you're talking about 22 thwomps, it takes up 44 entities. And that's half your budget for the subworld for a scrolling segment that is only 3 screens long. So, but you have to balance it, right? Like, you can't make it too long or the thwomps start to break. And if you make it too short, then too much of your budget is concentrated all in this one space. So what do we do to resolve that problem? Or kind of loosen up some budget to play with later? Well, I'll show you. Because if you go through the checkpoint room, you can come to the first room after checkpoint 1, which is also the last room I created in this level. And this one here. Notice we have space for 7 thwomps coming in here. So as I was tuning this level and shortening the initial section, you'll remember that in that early draft I showed you this whole thing was continuous with grabbing the checkpoint at the very end, and also continuous with the P-switch in the clip that you saw earlier being the part where I incentivized the player to jump out of the boot and hopefully try to get back in. I retained that idea for this room here, which is the room where you try to hit the moving block. Let's try to spawn back in there. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, as you can see, I just carved off the checkpoint room completely. I carved off this interaction completely. And then I figured out how to give myself 7 additional thwomps. Which is, I do what I call double loading. Where I have 7 thwomps come over here for this room, and also go left in this room. And so this just allowed me to create a whole room when I was already like over 90 out of 100 parts that I was usable. I managed to free up enough room to give myself 14 entities for more thwomps. Well, not for more thwomps, but the illusion of more thwomps. Because the entity budget on this level is extremely, extremely tight. Oh, you'll also notice this trampoline down here. That's because in the final version of this room, I forced the player to drop the boot. This was not the case in earlier drafts. Now, you might be wondering, well, why didn't I just do that for the main world as well with the big thwomps? And there's a specific reason why I could not do that for the introductory rooms. I tried to do that to cut thwomps and free up entities, and I could not do that for a specific reason. So here, you'll notice that there's this notch here that requires you to drop the boot when you come through. Also, there's a pig noise here, which I didn't show when I was playing through the level. And there's a reason for that I'll show you in the chase room. But now that I forced the player to drop the boot, I need to make sure that the boot doesn't just bounce indefinitely off the note block at the very start. Because if you dropped it here, if it's a note block, then it doesn't do what you want. But the nice thing about having shoe on top of trampoline here is that because the trampoline sinks slowly, it bounces the boot first, and then it sinks. So when you spawn into room, I'll let you look at it one more time. It looks like this. It bounces, and the spring actually drops out invisibly. Now, that was actually originally part of how I did the chase room. In the chase room here, you have a jump block. This jump block used to be a spring. I traded this jump block with the spring that was in the moving question block room that you just saw before this one. And there's a reason that I did all this, and there's also a reason why I put this blaster here. I had to do a lot of SD lock fixes to get this working. And I'll go back to the clips to show you what I mean. Now, you might be wondering, why am I using a blaster in that room when every door elsewhere in the level drops you in a claw? This is why. I'll just let this play on loop for a bit. Because if you have a claw there, that is pretty much unavoidably going to be an SD lock if you manage to get back in. Because even if you don't cut through Boom Boom, you can cut through the thwomp on the bottom. Initially, I thought this was just a Boom Boom issue, because before I fixed the global loading by putting Boom Boom on the stack, I just had a blaster there preventing the player from going left. But if you get hit by the thwomp from the side, the thwomp actually will pass you by as well, and you run into this problem. The other thing is this. The reason that I prevent the player now from taking a boot into that room, even optionally, is that you can do that. It's difficult to do if you don't know specifically what you're aiming for. So what needs to happen for this lock is that the thwomp needs to hit you from the side when you are directly above the replacement boot. And then you need to land on, of course, the thwomp platforms that are coming in from the bottom. It's actually really difficult to do intentionally, but it was possible enough to do accidentally that I had to deal with it. And so we end up with the solution that we had in the end, which was that I would just give you one boot. I would force you to take a new boot at the beginning. No matter how well you did in the previous room, I would not let you keep a boot going in here, because 2 boots are always going to be potential trouble, even if I cannot personally test for it. And because I'm only giving you 1 boot, I didn't need to worry about a boot just kind of bouncing here indefinitely and landing on top of thwomp platforms. because I know that this boot is going to be taken, which means that I could just swap this back to a jump block just fine, whereas before it was a trampoline like we saw in the moving block room. But yeah, I had to make all these optimizations here and there because I was so tight on entity space absolutely everywhere in this level. And again, that's the reason for the blaster drop, is that I can't let the player have a claw. And the blaster drop is kind of timed nicely. You might be wondering, well, why don't I just, if I want to drop the player here, why don't I just create like a row of blocks? Instead of having the blaster drop at all, why don't I just have bricks to stand on? And that's partly a pacing thing. I needed the thwomp to have enough distance from the door that the player can read it and react. I needed to make sure I only had 4 blocks here. I can't have 5 here, because then the thwomp is way too slow and falls behind your pace by the time you get like over here. So I had to pace the thwomp very carefully by being very careful about how many bricks I had in every part of the chase zone here. And then I realized too with the blaster that it adds a nice little bit of time pressure to signal immediately that yeah, you have to go. And you know, the message is pretty clear from the thwomp already, but it does kind of give you an implicit deadline to jump out and get in the boot. Now the hardest thing after this in this room was, of course, all the coin indications, because I knew very early on when I was first testing this kind of thwomp interaction that I loved this idea of just holding right and surfing on the thwomps all the way across the level. I originally wanted to make the ending of a level a chase sequence like that that would allow you to surf all the way to the X in the main world. But since I ended up building the main world with a custom scroll, I couldn't do that anymore because you need a free camera in order to do this. And yeah, Lecter, thank you for coming by for so long, and thank you once again for the 5YMM part of the 6YMM pixel art that we have. And yeah, enjoy doing some additional animation. I'm sure everybody here is waiting quite excitedly for the trailer for week 6 or possibly week 2, depending on how we're branding things. So the coin indications took a lot of work here because you might have players who go slowly, you might have players who understand this belatedly and try to catch up. You'll have all kinds of pacing go on here. But it was very important to me that players who hold right just get to surf through this whole thing. And the reason that you motivate any jumping at all and why you place saw blades in this location or in this location is to prevent players from just deciding to ride on the side of the thwomp. Because people will be tempted. Like if you don't put things here that explicitly say, no, you're not supposed to ride on the side of the thwomp, that's going to be a problem. You'll notice that you can go over on this segment at the end. There's plenty of space here. That's because these blades were initially 1 tile higher, but then we realized there might be a problem with people trying to hit the blocks, and because of the hitbox priority on the blades, you will take damage if you try to hit the bricks looking for coins or 1-ups or whatever. So they ended up on this level, which had to match up to the highest row of the 4 rows covered by the thwomps. Like it can't go any higher or the thwomp just doesn't break it and doesn't break against it. This meant that I did leave enough space for the player to go over here. And I have seen some people actually jump over this and get a bit of a speed boost off of the blades as well. But the important thing is that you cannot just cheese it by parking on top of the thwomp, because if you are doing it that late in this room, at that point you are actually unable to... I'll show you. Yeah, if you're already this far and you try to jump on top of the thwomp, you actually don't give yourself enough time to do the stomp here. And this is also going to bounce you around enough, because it's going to match the bottom level of the blaster, that you can't just bounce on top of the pokey and go. I don't think you can anyway. Somebody might have tried it. I don't think it's possible. And it's not going to be a speed trick in any case, because it's going to be faster to just outrun the Thwomp whenever you can. So let's do this room to take you over to checkpoint. Now, the blue platforms here are a little bit awkward. They are here to protect against the circumstance where you decide to stomp the Muncher in the previous room, and take damage on Boom Boom or the Thwomp anyway before you drop through here. I needed to make sure that people who stomp the Muncher but somehow lose the boot don't just die instantly. So the blue platforms are designed such that Mario without the boot is able to traverse. you know what, I can probably show you just by going through this pipe here. And of course you can back up through this pipe, there's no reason to do it. It just gives you an awe. But then you can come under here as Mario, and you're just fine. So this is just an anti-locking mechanism. It does unfortunately make things a bit more awkward for people who do come here the standard way with the boot. Because originally I wanted this to just drop you on top of the Thwomp safely and you can go. I think this ended up working out, just, you know, it's not really ideal, but we dealt with it. Same thing as before with the boot dispenser here, giving you the first boot when you respawn at checkpoint 2. It gives you a ton of height, actually. Like, look at how high the boot goes, all the way up to this level here, which I thought was really convenient. This thing on the right, you might be wondering, it's just an awe sound effect. There's nothing else to it, it's just a coin. It's difficult to get there, but it's only possible to get there if you jump out of the boots to the right of the Thwomps and therefore suicide into it. So there is really no reason to do that unless you're wondering about the sound effect, and now you know what it is. I'll go back to show you what I was talking about with the Thwomp loading earlier. So you might be wondering, why don't I just double load Thwomps like this, or double load it with the boss room, the way I did in the subworld? And it's because of the way I set up the boot dispensers in these rooms that you kind of obstruct the initial boot spawning if you try to do it in the opening rooms. Like if you have Thwomps coming in from the right, it really doesn't work as cleanly as you might hope with the kind of spacing that you have here. Like, you could adjust as necessary, of course, and do what I do in the moving block room by just putting a boot a little further, have Thwomps come in, have the boot bounce up. But in general, it's a problem, because if the first pipe spawns a Goomba on top of Thwomps that are coming in from the right, then the Goomba in the shoe remains alive because the boot is landing on top of the Thwomps. And so you can't do that. The only reason that I can do that in the subworld room is because the boot dispenser in that room is on the left. If the boot dispenser in this room were on the right, you would not be able to set up the double loading this way, because either the first boot just would be completely obstructed, or if the pipe were one tile higher, the Goomba would remain alive, and you just can't have that. We dunk every Goomba in this level, and so no exceptions. Anyway, let's take you back to the main world, and I'll show you... oh no, we'll show you one more thing, which is just the 6YMM bits. Here, as we see, this is the title screen. You never see the Thwomp and 6YMM together when you're playing the level, of course, because of the scroll lock from this boundary. But as you can see, they are built beside each other as two separate rooms. I originally wasn't going to make the Thwomp accessible, but then the way that the entity budget worked out, as well as the flow of how to get to the cake room and how to do the key door and everything, I needed some kind of filler room. And as I said before, I had zero entity budget to work with. I had already cut as many Thwomps as I could get away with cutting. And so I was thinking, okay, how do I make a transition room to the cake? And I thought, okay, best way to do it is to just spit you out into the pixel art room. And then from there, we just filled out the thwomp with some additional things like the 1-up, the pig block down below, the extra note blocks to keep the 1-up alive, or you do, in fact, send it to the right. Okay, let's see the cake. Cake is cake. Not much to look at here from the editor view, except for what you've seen already. This is just how it looks. Once again, I took great pains to make sure the windows lined up properly, and so the cake room placement here was done specifically to make the bottom windows symmetrical. You'll notice the top windows are not symmetrical, and that doesn't matter because unless you're in the editor, you never see them. So we do fake our way through a bit of this stuff, but in general, the window placement is a very strong consideration throughout the whole level. This is also why I have, in the second room in the introduction, this blocky semi-solid here. It exists specifically to block out the top layer of windows, or rather the second layer of windows from the top, just so you don't get anything protruding up there. Okay, we're near the end of the tour. Cake is done, and then you have the checkpoint room, which I think I showed already. Yeah, checkpoint room just looks like this. Boss room. Not much to look at in the boss room that's not already obvious. Like I said much earlier when we were playing the level, the only thing off screen that's notable is the on-off switch here, which is the reset with that sort of asymmetrical reset depending on whether you are coming in from the right or left. All the placements here, that's of course just constrain where Roy is able to land. And yeah, originally I had 7 thwomps on the bottom here. I was cutting very aggressively at the end of making this level specifically to make room for candle number 6, because it's 4 entities per candle, so I needed to cut 2 thwomps somewhere to make room for that without breaking anything in the level. And in the end, I just came up with this symmetrical arrangement here as the one that was the optimal spacing with 6 thwomps in terms of giving you a safe, consistent platform that does not allow Roy to too easily drop off on either side. Now, speaking of double loading, we do a bit of double loading here with the bomb that triggers the on-off switch. It is actually the same bomb that activates on to off in the boss room as in the final segment. And so yes, I did rearrange the boss room such that the on-off switch would be triggered on both sides. Because I was so tight on entity limit, once again, that I absolutely had to just cut. Nothing else really to look at, except, of course, for the spawning location in the final room. If you start in the final room, you'll see the scroll just kind of correct itself like that. Because, of course, there's no more horizontal scroll when you're starting on the right side of the X and on the final screen. Since there's no horizontal scroll, you just spawn in at a fixed position with the camera. You'll notice that the lava level is much higher on the screen than it was in the other screens in the main world. And again, that's entirely because I'm spawning on the right of the axe. I cannot actually get you high enough without there being like a long scrolling effect when you come in. So instead of that, we just decided to set this to a static level to make it look clean. And yeah, we'll just finish this out. Last thing we'll do is we'll look at the comments. And that will be the end of the tour. If you have any questions about something that you would like me to point out or look at in the editor, now is the time before I hop out of the editor mode. Thank you for the GG once again. So yeah, I'll just give you a moment in case you have any questions about this whatsoever, anything that I missed. And we'll switch over to comments and call it a stream after that. And if there are no particular items of curiosity, I will just get out. One final thing I'll say, let's get back out to Core Spot. Yeah, I was trying to be fairly thorough. Probably too thorough, but this is partly a record for myself later, too, if I want to go back to this eventually and see why I did certain things in this level the way I did. So last year when I did 4YMM, my level looked like this. And this was why we had this massive backstage tour last year as well, where I talked about this level for over an hour. 4YMM at PT's Pyroponic Garden. And so this year I set out specifically to build something that would be much simpler in the editor in terms of debugging and, you know, figuring out how the interactions are timed and figuring out how everything works. Naturally, of course, we wound up with a level that was really difficult to quality check. It's a mechanic that I'm not surprised that people have generally not tried to make a lot of cloud-based platforming mechanics like this, because the reliability issue is extremely difficult to plan around from the designer's side. And so, yeah, it's not flawless. It has issues. It has thwomp gap problems that do kill people from time to time, but hopefully in a way they don't feel is too unfair. I think we wound up with an acceptable balance, and I hope that as the players, you get that impression as well. Let's take a look at the comments. I'll reload in case there's anything new. But I think, yeah, just 23, as before. This guy still thinks it's 5YMM. Yeah, this guy complimenting the level on its extreme imagination. Red Moon found a secret. Cake can't hide from Netcat. I know this because I saw Netcat stream this, in fact. I had to catch up on some of it afterwards, but congratulations, Netcat, and Sergeant Bomb, who took a while to find a cake. This is interesting. Kind of like a colorful knot untangling problem or something. I don't know what that has to do with the level, but maybe it's an artistic depiction of how people traverse the level looking for the cake. "23 Jordan-esque," I don't know. But anyway, look at this. This has been a highlight so far. This is, I think, from Aegis Cook, of Mario just clinging onto the thwomp for dear life and having the time of his life, honestly, while the thwomp is not looking very happy about that and just trying to shake him off as hard as he can. Lovely piece by Aegis Cook. Totally made my day to see that. And Looney was here, as usual. Megatoro, very quick on the comments. Megatoro's had first comment on a ton of levels, even if he, or she rather, I think, did not have first clear. And that's going to be it. We'll see if Hylian Dread's record holds up through the week, but definitely that was quite fun to watch, and that may go up on YouTube as well, and we'll eventually find the link for that. This video, this particular segment where I walk through the documentary, is going to be cut as a separate video that's going to be stored permanently on a channel. We will be putting a link to it in the Discord after the fact, probably just a reference, if you ever want to look at this again and watch for anything special. And that's pretty much all we're going to look at today. That took a while to walk through, but I think we managed to look at a bit of everything and give you a sense of just how much stuff I had to deal with what I thought was a very simple mechanic that would be easy to design something traditional around. Not so easy after all, but definitely a lot of fun, and I'm really happy that I managed to make this contribution this year. So thanks again to the YMM crew for hosting this level, playtesting it, coaching it along, finding some things to break from time to time. I think The other people on the YMM team deserve a lot of plaudits and a lot of thanks for the assistance and editorial guidance that they've given all of these levels along the way. So thank you very much to them. And thank you very much to you, the viewers, for all the GGs and for all the company. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. And I guess now it's just time to wait for week 2 or week 5, depending on who's counting. So, we'll see you then. Until then, I am going to find somebody to raid, send you off to somebody else. Remember that Paxman and Krakowski had very similar showcases of their levels on their streams. Please do catch up on those if you're curious, which I'm sure you are. And we'll send you off elsewhere. So thank you very much for watching. For all the other makers this week who gave us such excellent levels. And have a good day. A good week 1 or 5. Whichever time you're in. Whichever calendar you're using. And above all, as always, fare thee well.